what will you need for this course? First of all, you'll need to have installed on your computer Flutter. To do that, you can head to flutter.dev, go to the Get Started link, and choose the guide appropriate to your operating system. Now be aware, this course is going to be a lot more useful to you if you are familiar with Flutter, have built a number of apps with it. If so, you're in exactly the right place. It's going to be a great course and a great learning experience for you. However, if you're totally new to the framework and haven't built anything with it yet, it's going to be, number one, a lot more difficult, and number two, you're going to not get as much out of it. And that's because we're not going to be covering all of the fundamentals. That's going to be assumed. We're going to be covering a lot more medium and advanced range topics, showing you how to build impressive production-ready apps. So just be aware of the difficulty involved. If you do want to get started from scratch, want to jump into the deep end, head to flutter.dev. And what you'll need to do to confirm that you have Flutter installed correctly, and this applies to everyone, is you'll need to run flutter doctor and see in the doctor summary in the output that number one, all of the boxes are checked and that you have no issues found. Once that's the case, you can move on to the next step. And by the way, flutter.dev is a great resource to use if you're looking for a guide to brush up on the fundamentals of that. As for the code editor that we'll be using, I'd recommend you use Visual Studio Code. You can get that at code.visualstudio.com. And the main reason for that is it comes with a number of extensions that are going to make developing our Flutter apps a lot easier, that I'm going to show you in just a second. As for our authentication service and database, we're going to be using Firebase. So to use Firebase, you'll need to have a Google account. I'd recommend you have a couple of accounts, since we're going to be signing into multiple accounts within our app to simulate multiple users. So once you have a Google account, you can head to firebase.google.com, and from there you can go to your console. Now for our Firebase project, we're going to be using the free tier, so it'll be entirely free to use. Now once you have Visual Studio Code, you can bring in those extensions I mentioned by, once you've got that opened, going to View up at the top and opening the Extensions tab by going to Extensions. And we're going to search in the marketplace first for the Flutter extension, and we'll select the first one that comes up, and you'll want to install it. Now the main benefit of this is it's going to make development a lot easier through hot code reloading. As you can kind of see a demo here, I'm going to show you how to use this in detail in the next step as compared to using the more cumbersome CLI, Flutter CLI. So it's going to be a big help in our development process. The next extension I'd recommend you bring in is a snippets extension called Awesome Flutter Snippets. So if you're not familiar with snippets, they basically enable us to write a shortcut, write in an abbreviated version of some piece of code that we want to write out, and then hit tab and then expand that. So for example, we see here once we go to Awesome Flutter Snippets and install it, we see in the guide that there's this shortcut stateless W that enables us to create an entire stateless widget. And you see a number of other ones here too. So to demo this, we can just go to any Dart file. So if we want to make a stateless widget in this file, we could just say stateless W, that's the abbreviation, and then hit tab. And then we have all 7 lines of code or 8 lines of code that takes up. We didn't have to write all that. We could also write a stateful widget with that abbreviation, or a build function. There are a ton of different shortcuts that are going to save you a lot of typing throughout the course. That is the auto import feature. So say I want to use something from a given package in one of my Dart files, and in my case that's Firebase messaging. If I want to use it, I'll need to import the Firebase messaging package up at the top of the file. And you see here on the right hand side of my code suggestion that I have an auto import suggestion. So if I just click on this or hit tab, you'll see up at the top that this import statement for the package that I need was automatically added. So we don't have to write these import statements out. That's thanks to the auto import feature in VS Code once we have our Flutter VS Code extension installed. And to make sure that this is set up correctly, you can go to Code, Preferences, Settings, and then search for Auto Import Dart, and you'll just need to make sure that Auto Import Completions, that this value is checked. Now let's take a look at how to run our Flutter app. Now installed, I mentioned it in the previous video, and once you've got that brought in, we can begin using it, and first of all use it to spin up a simulator or emulator, depending on whether you want to use an iOS device or an Android device. You can use either. It can use any device that you already have installed on your computer, and to bring that up, you just need to go to View and Command Palette. The shortcut for that is Shift Command P if you're using Mac, or I believe Shift Control P if you're using Windows. And to start our emulator, we can just type in Flutter Launch Emulator. And from there, we have a list of all of our installed and set up devices, and we can select whichever one we want. So for example, I'm going to select an iOS simulator, and note that you can create a new one on the fly if you like, a new Android emulator, but I'll select iOS. That's going to open the emulator. And to start up our project, we can just open the command palette once again, assuming we have a project open. And we can go to debug, or type in debug, start debugging, and from there we need to select what language we want to use, what environment, and here we're going to select Dart and Flutter, and that's going to start the debugger. We see the toolbar at the bottom that it's launching it, and it's going to build our project on the simulator. And note that we have applying text to a text input, filling out a form, something like that. If you don't want that state to be reset, then you want to hot reload your code. You can do that, or usually when you save, a hot reload takes place. But if you do want to update your project, restart the simulator entirely, you can click on this restart button to restart it completely. So here you have hot reload versus restart, and then you also have the stop button to stop the process entirely. So you see when I click the stop button, that stops everything. Now one shortcut I want to point out when you start up your application is that you can just open the command palette and select Start Debugging. You do not have to have a simulator open. So if I close my simulator and select Start Debugging, it's going to ask what environment I want. It'll be Dart and Flutter, and then it's going to ask me what simulator. So you really just have to run one command. And so again, we see our debugging tools. And one more thing to take note of is that since we are in fact using a debugger, it will enable us to use breakpoints and catch any errors that we might have within our code. Be mindful of that because we might have one of these checkbox selected here on the left-hand side for uncaught exceptions. So if you happen to see a tooltip show up when your project starts indicating an error, you might have to step over that breakpoint that was hit. So you might have to click on this step over button. So unless you want to actually debug your code, I'd recommend unclicking all of these breakpoint options. So that's the basics of working with the Flutter VS Code extension. There's not much to it. It's really helpful, and you'll get a lot of experience with it when we develop our app. And note that anything that you want to print that would normally be shown in the terminal will now be shown in the debug console. So we see here any log statements, and any errors are generally going to show up in this debug console, so be mindful of that. And of course, if you don't want to use the Flutter extension to run your project, you can simply run it from the terminal with the command flutter run once you have a simulator or emulator open. So to launch an emulator or a simulator using the Flutter CLI, you can just run flutter emulators -- launch and then provide the ID of the emulator or simulator that you want to spin up, for example iOS. And when you run that, we see the simulator open up. And after that, assuming you're within your project, you can just run flutter run, and it'll go through the same steps as our Flutter extension. Note that any errors or print lines are going to show up in the terminal and not the debug console in such an event. In this video, I want to show you some common errors that you may encounter when creating your Flutter application and how to resolve them. Now note that the easiest approach to resolving an error oftentimes is to just use the attached code. So for every lecture where we write code, I've included the entire project code at that point following the lecture, so you can grab that, use it in place of your code, compare it with your code, and hopefully resolve the issue that way. Now with that being said, I want to show you some errors that you may not be able to resolve using the attached code. The number one solution to any problem that I've come across within my Flutter apps is to remove the build folder. And you can do that simply by running flutter clean. And make sure you're not running your debugger at the moment. And what this will do is it's going to remove the created build folder in your file system, just like that. So in many cases, you can just run flutter clean and that's going to resolve your issue. Now, if you're seeing an error tooltip and you're running the debugger, you're seeing an error tooltip that looks similar to the one in the picture here, then you likely have a breakpoint option checked for your debugger. So in the breakpoints tab, when running the debugger, you either have uncaught exceptions or all exceptions checked for these checkboxes, and you just need to uncheck them in order to remove the tooltip from your code editor and instead have the exception thrown in your debug console. If you're getting a platform exception like you see here, then you either need to include a support email in Firebase for iOS, or you need to add your SHA-1 or SHA-256 fingerprints if you're using Android. And I show you how to do this in the setup video for integrating Firebase with our Flutter application. If you see this file system exception that says getting current working directory failed, or it says the amount of open files exceeds the maximum limit on iOS, then if you're using a Mac operating system, you just need to run in your terminal the command ulimit -S-N 2048. And that's going to increase the number of available file handlers and get rid of this error. If you're getting this missing plugin exception, you may just need to end your debug session and restart it. Usually this error comes up as the result of installing new packages. We're not going to install any new packages except when we set up our project, but restarting your debug session or reloading your code editor usually resolves this. If you're running on an iOS simulator and you're getting the error, could not build the application for the simulator, I'd recommend first opening it and then heading up to the top and going to Hardware and then select Erase All Content and Settings. So those are some errors that you may encounter. Hopefully you don't have any. And in many cases, an error can simply be resolved by just running flutter clean or restarting your debug session or code editor. Or many other errors can result from not setting up Firebase correctly, so make sure to go through that integration video in its entirety and ensure that you've done everything correctly. Now we're going to start our project, and to do so we're going to grab the starting code from a GitHub repository. You'll just need to head to github.com/readbarger/fluttershare. From there you'll click on the clone or download button. You can either bring in this project using git clone or you can download it as a zip file. I'd personally recommend downloading it as a zip file, so we'll select that. And I'm going to bring this onto my desktop and unzip it. And after doing that, we can delete the original zip file, and I'm going to rename the folder with all of our project code as just Fluttershare. Then we can bring that into our code editor. Now if you're opening this up in VS Code, you should get a pop-up in the bottom right hand corner recommending for you to get all the packages now, so we'll select that. You can alternatively run the command flutter packages get in order to bring them in. All of the packages listed in the pubspec.yaml file. If that's successful, you should see an output as my environment. And if everything starts up successfully, you should see the text "Hello World" on your home screen. Note that this process of running your application isn't a perfect one. You may have to restart your code editor, rerun the debugger, restart the simulator, or for example, you may have a device that's attached to your computer that you need to remove in order for it to run correctly. So be aware of that, but if you see the text "Hello World," we're ready to move on to the next step, and we're going to take a look at all the files and different packages that we have within our app and how we're going to make use of them. Now that we've got our starting code, we've got our app up and running, let's take a look at all the files that we brought in for our project and how they're going to function in creating our app. So first of all, there are a number of folders that we don't really need to be concerned with. And those are the Android, iOS, and build folders. For Android and iOS, these both contain files that are specific to running our application on an Android or an iOS device. We're only really going to need to go into these folders when we integrate Firebase with our Flutter app. So we'll take a look at going into them in the next video, but generally speaking, we don't need to be concerned with them. The build folder contains all of our built assets, the built assets for our Flutter app whenever we run Flutter Run and attempt to run it on a simulator or emulator, or when we start up a debug session. Again, these are all files that are really just important for Flutter to be working, but we don't need to go into it or make any changes. However, the first folder that we do need to be concerned with is this assets folder. As its name suggests, it contains assets that are going to be important for our application, and those are namely fonts and images, which are each in their own folder. Now I've included one custom font for you right here. We're going to be using that for our header. The header or app bar that we're going to display, they're declared in this fonts area, and the same for images, they're declared with assets. And so to use them, we just have to reference the path to get to the respective file. So to use our font, we can just say assets/fonts and then the font name. And then for each of the images, we can select that by saying assets/images/whatever image that we want to use. Okay, now moving on, all of our source code is within our lib folder. And we know every Flutter app runs from a main.dart file. In that file, I just have a simple my app widget that for now just returns a text widget with the text hello world, which is what you see at the moment. And within lib, I've scaffolded out 3 individual folders that provide some structure to our source code, and they're models, pages, and widgets. Models are going to be for modeling our app data, the data that we get from Firebase to kind of normalize our data. So right now we just have this user.dart file for modeling our user information. So to make sure all of our information is consistent, we need to deserialize our users, and that's what our user class is going to be used for. Note that we'll have other models. They may just be combined with our pages. So moving on to pages. Pages are also known as screens. You may refer to them as screens within your Flutter app, but each of these pages, and I've already created these Dart files for you that will serve as our individual pages or screens. I've created them and included the widget itself, whether it's a stateful widget or a stateless one, and for each of the widgets I'm just returning a text widget with its name to get us started. So to provide a brief overview of what these pages are going to function as within our app, the activity feed that you see here is going to be where users see a feed, a list of all of the likes, comments to their posts that they've accumulated, as well as notifications about whether a user is following them. Comments are going to be for, as you would expect, all the comments related to a given post, so users can add new comments and see comments on this page. Create account is going to be, and on home we're going to set our common app bar as well as our navigation using a bottom navigation bar. The post screen is just an individual screen to show all of a individual post data on. Profile is going to be for seeing all of a user's information, a different user's information. So you can see their avatar, username, bio, all of their posts, and can choose to follow or unfollow them. Search is going to be for searching for different users, to find different users that you can follow within our app. Timeline is going to be basically a feed that you'll see when you visit your home page, consisting of all of your posts as well as all the posts of users that you follow. Upload is going to be for uploading media files as well as creating posts. And finally, we have this widgets folder consisting of widgets or functions that return widgets that will be used across these pages. So we have a custom image widget, a header widget, a post tile widget that will be displayed on the user's profile page, a post widget for displaying, for example, on your timeline, and a progress loading bar. You will have a circular progress as well as a linear progress. And finally, the last thing that we need to be concerned with here is our pubspec.yaml file. If we go up to the top, we see all of our dependencies. So as I mentioned, when we created our project, we ran flutter packages get, and we brought in everything listed here. So this, on top of the boilerplate codes that I've provided for you within the lib folder, should hopefully get us developing our app a bit quicker instead of having to create all of our files, the boilerplate of creating our widgets, and we don't have to also, going forward, add any new dependencies. All of them are going to be listed here. So with that out of the way, now that you hopefully have a better idea of the different files that we have within our app, how we're going to be using them to build our application, let's move on to actually integrating Firebase with our project. Now let's see how to integrate Firebase with our Flutter app. And to do so, we're going to need to head to our Firebase console and select Add App. We're going to start with iOS, so we'll choose this iOS icon. And first we want to register our app by creating an iOS bundle ID. And so usually the way that I create my bundle IDs is to say com.myname dot the name of the app. And then we can just say register app after that. Then we'll be given a config file that Firebase has created for us, which is used to recognize our Firebase project. And we just want to download this into a place like our downloads folder or our desktop. We're going to bring it into our iOS folder, and we're going to do that by opening up the application Xcode. So you should have Xcode installed. That's a prerequisite to getting Flutter up and running correctly. And once that's opened, so it may say com.example.whatever, we want to change that to what we provided as the bundle ID for Firebase. And next we want to add this plist file directly within Runner. So we'll take it from whatever folder we downloaded it into and bring it, open up our Runner file and go to info.plist, and you'll want to scroll down to this area right here where you see CF bundle URL schemes. Beneath it, we want to change this string value to our reverse client ID that's located within Google Service info.plist. The iOS integration of Firebase with our app, we can just save info.plist. And to set up Android, to integrate Android, we can head back to our console, close out of the iOS integration steps, select Add App again, and now we want to choose the Android icon. We'll register the app with the same package name, with the same bundle ID. And then you'll see here that we have this option to include a signing certificate known as a SHA-1. And you'll see underneath that this is required for dynamic links, invites, and Google Sign-In. So since we're integrating our app with Google Sign-In, we'll need to include this SHA-1. So to get that, just hover over this question mark tooltip and click on See This Page. And to get our SHA-1, you'll need to run a command in your terminal. There's a different command for Mac and Linux versus Windows, so select the appropriate one for you. And we can just copy this command and run it in our terminal. And when we do, we'll be asked for a key store password and the default password, and head back to our Firebase Android setup and paste that in to the SHA-1 input. And then select Register App. And we'll download the config file that it gives us. So this JSON file, Google Services.json, can be added to the folder instead of iOS, Android, and we need to put it within app, like you see here. So once again, we'll download it and move it into our project folder within Android and then within app. And once that's been added, we need to update another file just like we did for iOS. We need to head to this build.gradle file that is located within the app folder. You'll head to the area default config, and you'll need to change the application ID to whatever yours is. And when that's done, once again, we'll save. And I would personally recommend, back within Firebase, adding the SHA-256 fingerprint. So to do that, we'll head to our console, select the Android integration that we just went through, click on the gear button, and then SHA-256. Paste that in. It automatically recognizes it as such, and we can save that. And with that done, we have Firebase integrated with our app. We should be good to go for working with our database, all of our different services, as well as Google Sign-In for our authentication. So first, let's move on to authentication and how we're going to sign in users to our app. Note that when you run your project, to see that everything is working successfully, you got Flutter integrated successfully with the Firebase, you should see a few lines in your debug console like this that say, that include this cryptic string, and then say connected path is satisfied. So this is basically Flutter just connecting with Firebase. And if you're getting the error saying your bundle ID isn't set correctly, like you see here, you likely forgot that step for using Xcode and including the bundle ID for your runner folder. So again, when you've got everything set up successfully, we're ready to move on to the next step. The first thing we're going to build for our app is our sign-in page. So whenever a user visits our app, they'll need to sign in and be authenticated with Google Sign-In in order to use the app. So first of all, we're going to display a splash screen, what I'm calling a splash screen, that's going to consist of our app title as well as a button that users can click to actually, so we can just execute the home widget. And in order to import it, the approach that I'm going to be using most of the time is to highlight it or put my cursor over it, the thing that we want to import, and select Quick Fix. This is available within VS Code, and then choose Import Library, and I want the home.dart file so you can see the entire path to it here. And once we click on that, we now have the import and our error line goes away. And now if we save main.dart, if we look at our simulator, we now see the text home instead of hello world. So we're going to head to our home.dart file, and that's within our pages directory. And the way that we're going to display either the authenticated screen for authenticated users versus the splash screen for unauthenticated users is with the help of state. So right now we're displaying our text from this home state class, And we're going to add a piece of state up at the top, which is going to be a Boolean called isAuth, and by default it's going to be set to false. So when isAuth is true, we're going to display the auth screen. When it's false, the unauth screen. And the way we're going to determine that, or make sure our build function returns the appropriate widget, is we're going to add a ternary here. We're going to say if isAuth is true, then we're going to otherwise, if that's false, we're going to build the unauth screen, which when this function is run is going to return a scaffold. We'll create this function as well. It's going to return a scaffold. So we'll give it a return type of a scaffold widget, and for its body we'll have a container that has as its child a column white. And then after our text widget, and by the way, I'm going to be including commas after each ending parenthesis to better format our widgets. So when you add a comma after a parenthesis, it formats it in a more readable manner. After text, after we see the closing tag here, we'll add a gesture detector, and this is to make our image that we're going to be using and displaying here function like a button. So the image that we're going to be using is the Google sign-in button PNG I've included in your images folder. So for our gesture detector child, we're going to have a container which contains our image, which will have a width of an image, and the image is going to be linked to an asset image, since we're reading from the assets folder, with the path assets/images/Google_sign-in_button.png, like so. And after the image argument, we'll say that we want a fit of boxFit.cover to cover all the available space of the container. So let's save that, and if we take a look at our simulator, we should see that we have the unauth screen displayed since isAuth is false. If we take a look at it, we see that we have our button being displayed, but we don't see our text, and that's because our text is white and the background by default is white. So there's a few things that we can do here. First of all, we want to center things within the column, so we can set main axis alignment to main box decoration, just like we did for our image. And I'm going to be using a gradient to make the background look a bit more colorful. So I'm going to be using a linear gradient. You could also use a radial gradient if you like. There's a few options that Flutter makes available to you for gradients. So we'll choose a linear gradient, and we want this gradient to begin in the top right hand corner, so we'll use alignment dot top right to select that, and it should end in the bottom left hand corner, so that'll be bottom left. And then for our colors, colors is an array, so we're going to begin with a certain color and end with another one. So the first color that I'm going to start with is teal, so we can use colors.teal for that, and for the ending color, that'll be colors.purple. And finally, to center everything within the container, even though we're centering everything in both directions in the column, we want to set alignment to alignment.center. So when we've done that, if we take a look at our simulator, we have our title with our custom font, our button, and to see that this works, we can add on gesture detector and on tap, and for now we can just print something to the console. We can print tapped, for example, to see that this works. Provide some functionality to this to actually change isAuth from false to true. Give users the ability to sign in using Google, so we can display to them our authenticated screen, which will eventually be our app. Before we move on to actually adding the ability to sign in with Google, I want to touch on one small thing, and that is colors and theming. So right now I'm using a couple of colors here that I want to make my app theme colors. I have teal and I have purple, and I want to use these colors as my theme, meaning I want to reuse the same colors across my app. So how do we do that within Flutter? Well, it's very simple to do that. We just need to head back to main.dart, and to create a theme, we just need to add the theme argument to material app, and to create a theme we can use a special class called theme data. And there are a number of arguments that we can supply to it. So we can supply, first of all, a primary color value. So in my case I want to make that colors.purple. And note that when picking a color, in order to see what shade it actually is, you just have to hover over in VS Code the chosen color, and you have a number of values to choose from. So what you see here is this purple value, and the ones around it have a color weight, what's known as a color weight. So Material gives to you a number of different shades of that color of purple, and they range from 50 and 100 through 100 value increments all the way up to, I believe, 900. You also see suggested to me underneath here some different accents. So these are variants of purple. So if we scroll even further down, we can see what the default purple accent is, as well as its color weights. And I believe these differ by increments of 300. So you have purple accent 100, 400, 700. And you also have deep variants. So there's a ton to choose from here in selecting whatever colors that you're interested in. And note that when we look at a given color, here on the right hand side, we have the precise color value that corresponds to what shade we see here. And you can provide that to the color constructor. So as my primary color, that'll be deep purple. And for my accent color, my secondary color, that will be colors.teal. So now to use this primary color and accent color throughout our app, we can just save our main.dart file, and then to read from our theme data, we can head to home.dart, and for our linear gradient, instead of having colors.teal going to colors.purple, we can instead say theme.ofContext. If you've built Flutter apps in the past, you know that context is a value that contains a bunch of information, including things like our theme data. So it's a great way to pass around common data in our app, and we can say theme.ofContext dot, and then include any of the values that we've set on our theme data. So we see here primary color, and then we can get our accent color from theme.ofContext. Often I found the most effective way to change the shade of a color, often to make it lighter, is with opacity, but you also have these more specific methods that can change the red, blue, and green, as well as the alpha values of the color to change the shade entirely if you like. But we can say with opacity and say we wanted to give our teal color a lighter hue. We could say with opacity 0.2. We see that's much, much lighter. And we can change this to whatever we like. And another approach for using a different shade of the primary color, we can say primary color light, or say primary color dark. But for right now, let's change it. And by default, it's going to use different shades of the color that we choose for our app, so we don't have to vary them ourselves. So this is a nice alternative as compared to having to always modify this color manually. Instead, by using primary swatch, we just let our app do it for us. So I'm going to use this as my theme, and if you'd like any assistance in picking out your own theme of colors that use the same system as I described to you with the different color weights, so you can choose a primary color as well as a secondary color, and when you do that, you're given a example application to see how those shades are going to look and whether you want to use the same for your created application. Now that we've added authentication, we take users that sign to our authenticated page. However, instead of just displaying this logout button, we want to display a number of pages: the user's timeline, their profile, their search page, etc. So to enable users to toggle between pages, we're going to add a bottom navigation bar to the bottom of the home page, and it's going to be available in all of our pages. So to add that, we're going to build out our build auth screen function, and instead of returning a raised button, we're going to return a scaffold. So we can comment out our logout button for now. We'll return a scaffold widget, and to be able to display different pages, we're going to set as the body of this scaffold a special widget called a page view. And for the page view, it'll have as its children a list of widgets, which are going to consist of all the pages that we mentioned. The first one will be the timeline, and I'm just going to auto import all of these by hitting the tab. We'll first have the timeline page, then the user's activity feed, then the upload page, then the search page, and after that, the user's profile. Variable that we're going to create in state. So we'll make this page controller variable that will be of type page controller. So within init state, we want to initialize a special widget called a page controller, and we're going to variable that we created. And the reason for this, the reason we want a reference to our created page controller, is that since we're creating it when our state is created in the init state method, we want to dispose it. We want to dispose it in the dispose method when we're not on the home page, when we don't need the controller. So we'll create the dispose method and just call page controller dot dispose to get rid of it. This is a common pattern for, and what this will do is it's going to first take the index that we're on. So for example, if we're on the 0th index of this children list, then we're going to be displaying the timeline page. If we're on the first index, we're going to be on the activity feed page, etc. So we're going to pass this value to onPageChanged, and we want to put that index value in state in order to pass it to some other widgets, namely our bottom navigation bar. So in its parameters, we'll get the integer page index, and we'll use setState to update a new state value that we'll create of the same name, page index. And note that since the value that we're attempting to put in state has the same name as the state variable that we're trying to update, we need to instead update this .page index instead of just page index. So let's create page index in state. This will be an integer initialized to 0. And now, since we have these two values, we're going to add another argument to our page view called physics. And we don't want our page view to be scrollable. We want the pages to sometimes have scrollable widgets within them. However, we don't want the page view itself At this point we have our navigation in the form of our bottom navigation bar, so we can go to different pages. However, for some of these pages we want to include a common header. So we want to make a reusable header. That's how most of our pages are going to be organized, with a scaffold widget that consists of a top app bar and a body parameter for its body content. So what are the pages that we want to have this common header on? We want to have it on our timeline page as well as the profile page. And we're going to have two types of headers. One header on the timeline page that shows our app title with our custom font, using our custom font. It's going to be a little bit bigger. And then on our profile page, we won't use the custom font and the title is going to be a bit smaller, and it's just going to have the name profile. So let's first work on the one for the timeline page. So we'll open up our timeline page in our pages directory. And in our build function, we want to return the scaffold widget, as I mentioned earlier. That'll consist of an app bar. And for our app bar, to use the header widget located in our widgets folder. So we'll provide that. At this point, when we go from one page to another in our app, we see it just snaps to that page. It shows that page immediately when we press on the appropriate icon button in our navigation bar. However, we can smoothen this effect. We can use page animations and page transitions in order to gradually move from one page to another, which I believe it has a nicer aesthetic feel to it and a more interactive feel, will provide a more interactive feel for our users when they move around our app. So fortunately, now that we've got our navigation set up and our different pages set up, this is very easy to configure. And we're going to configure it with the help of our page controller. We can use the page controller, and instead of using the method jump to page, which just snaps to the page with the page index specified, we can instead use animate to page, just a different method, and it takes a couple more parameters. It takes a duration parameter, meaning how long the duration of our animation should be. So this is a named parameter called duration, and to set a duration we use the duration class and can provide a number of different values, a number of intervals that you see here: milliseconds, microseconds, seconds, minutes. I'd recommend using milliseconds. It's very easy to provide a period of time less than a second. Generally, I use around 200 to 300 milliseconds, which is roughly a fifth of a second collection here, the curves package. And if we add a dot, we can see in our suggestions all of the different options that we have. We have a ton of options, all manner of ease in, ease out, elastic ease in, really too many to cover. The way I would pick is to select one. So I have here selected bounce in out, and you get a description for it. It's an oscillating curve that first grows and then shrinks in magnitude, and it gives you a really nice way to visualize it by providing a MP4 file. So if we click on that, we're taken to a link that shows us how this curve works. So you can see it bounces at the beginning of the animation and then bounces out at the end. And then on the right hand side you have this visualization for what it's going to do. For example, when this animation is applied to rotation or translation. Translation is what we're going to be using since we're going between pages, and so you can kind of see how that's going to work. In most of my applications, I tend to use the curve ease in, out, and you can see what that looks like. So we have this, we ease into the animation, and then slowly ease out, we slow down. And once you've selected the animation that you want to use or test out, we can save our home.dart file, and when we try going from one page to another now, we can see it slides in with our animation that we specified over that duration that we chose. So I think this leads to a nicer effect, a nicer user experience when people are interacting with our app. And as I mentioned, be sure to play around with these different curves that are available for the animate to page method. Before we start working with Firestore, in order to store our data, to make changes to it, and read from our database, we're going to take a look at another reusable widget that we'll need to make use of across our app, and that is a couple of loading widgets or progress widgets. So when we're loading, we're in a state of loading in our app, and that's when we're usually fetching data, say fetching a given user or fetching a post or something like that. We want to display to the users that we're in such a loading state. And we're going to do that in a couple of ways. We're going to have a circular progress indicator, basically a circular spinner showing loading, as well as a linear progress bar. So that's just going to be a bar versus a circle. So in order to create these two widgets, we're going to head to our container, and for its child, for circular progress, this is going to be set to circular progress indicator to give us that circular spinner. And we can easily set the color of it with the argument value color. We can't directly set the color like this by saying, colors.deep orange or whatever we wanted to use. Instead, we have to wrap that color in a class called always stopped animation. And to that, we can provide the color we want. And I'm personally going to use colors.purple. Note, you could pass in context to this function in order to read from it, but I'm personally just going to hard code this value like so. Now note, since we're wrapping this circular progress in a container, we can format it a bit, and what I want to use this container for is to center, always only to set padding in one direction, and that'll be set to top with a value of 10.0. And then for linear progress, this is also going to return a container where once again we can set padding, but this time I want to set padding on just the bottom. Oftentimes we'll want to include linear progress just at the top of the page, so we want to separate what's underneath it with a little bit of padding to make sure it doesn't always stopped animation to whatever color value we choose. So let's test both of these out, and we'll do so on our timeline page. So we'll supply them as the body. We see our purple spinner directly within the middle of the page. And we're going to use this spinner a lot on pages such as our timeline. And then for our linear progress, when we supply that, we see it up at the very top. We generally want to use it underneath our header or app bar, and it's going to look exactly like this. Namely, this is going to be used when we upload a given post. We'll use that linear progress. Now that we've got these two functions that are going to display to our users a loading state across our app, we're ready to start working with data, bringing it into our application, and storing it with the help of Firestore. Now we're going to take a look at managing data within our app using the Firestore database. So we'll head back to our Firebase console and click on the database resource, and we should be taken to our Firestore interface. The great thing about Firestore and Firebase databases in general is that there's not too many concepts that you need to know beforehand in order to get started working with it. One thing that's important to understand is that any Firestore database is a NoSQL database, meaning it's only structured in the way that we choose it to be. We can provide basically whatever types of data, whatever set of data that we want to store in our database. It doesn't constrain you in any way that a relational database would, a SQL database. Another key concept of working with Firestore databases in particular is that they consist primarily of what's known as collections of data, and collections, as the name implies, serve as sets of data. So for example, we're going to have a collection of data that is dedicated to user data. So we can go in, if we click on, and we want to store the currently authenticated user in our database. How do we go about doing that? Well, first of all, we would link the user's collection to an individual document by an ID. We can either provide our own ID, or we can allow Firestore to create its own automatic ID. So to do that, we'll click on this Auto ID, So we have this unique string linked to our document, which, as I mentioned, can consist of whatever set of data that we'd like to append to it. So this is just an example, but say for each user we wanted to provide a username. Well, we'd then provide a field on our document with the name username. We can set its type. Since this is going to be expressed as a name, this would be of type string. If we click on this select, we see that there's a bunch of different options that we can choose. And since we're adding documents manually at this point, we can add a value. So I'll just provide some username. Then for the next field, that field name, and then for the type, we would store that as a number and say the user had made 2 posts. When we're done making this user and selecting any number of fields that we want, and note that you can remove them with this cancel icon, we can hit save. And so now we can see the structure of how our documents and collections are going to be changed and structured within our Firestore database. We have our users collection here, which is linked to a document by its ID. That document consists of a number of fields, which we can structure however we like. We can add more dynamically, we can add documents dynamically, and using this button in the top right hand corner we can delete documents or delete document fields if we want. But one more important thing to note about how collections and documents are structured is that we don't have to just have a single set of collections at the top level which are composed of a number of documents. We can continue to nest collections within documents. Note that documents can't be linked to other documents except, for example, by storing their ID as a given field, but we can add collections to documents, so we can continue this nesting structure of collection, document, collection, document. So say on each piece of user data we wanted to store their posts, say with a collection ID of posts, where again we needed to generate a Now let's see how to fetch data from our Firestore database. We'll take a look at how to fetch data from a collection as well as individual documents. So let's first see how to fetch all of the data associated with a given collection, namely our users collection. So assuming your app is running and you want to follow along, note that this is just a demonstration. It's not necessary that you write all the same code that I do. This is just for showing you the basic concepts for working with our database. If your app's up and running, you can head to a given page that we're displaying within our app, such as timeline, and to fetch our data, we can first of all do so within a state class. But before we do that, we're going to need to reference our Firestore instance. So up at the top, we can just say firestore.instance, and in order to use Firestore, we need to bring in the Firestore, the Cloud Firestore package that's listed in our pubspec.yaml file. You should get an auto import suggestion. When you do, you can say firestore.instance, and from this we're going to be able to reference our created documents and collections. How we want to fetch our data is by using the initState method when our state is created. And the pattern that we're going to use for fetching all of our data is first by creating a reference. So we're going to take firebase.instance.collection. I'm sorry, this should be Firestore. And then we can select the collection ID as a string. So remember, we named that users. So now we have our users ref. So we can put this in a final variable called users ref that's of type collection reference. Most of the time I'll leave out that type declaration, and generally speaking you can move it up to the top of your file like so. So now if we need to reuse the users ref, it's available as this final variable. So we want to get our user data from this collection when we initialize state. So let's create a function called getUsers that will do that in. So we'll write out getUsers, and to fetch all of our data we can say usersref.getDocuments. This getDocuments method returns a future that needs dot, and we refer to it as a snapshot because it gives us a snapshot, so to speak, of our data at that instance in time when we actually get our documents. Our snapshot contains our data as well as information about it, some meta information, and remember that our collection consists of a number of individual documents. So we can get to the users, we have to iterate over it using the for each method. This is just one approach to getting our data. So we could say for each doc, and this doc is of type document snapshot. We can get the data on it by using the reference doc.data. So for now we'll just print that line, and when you've got all that we can save our timeline, and when our timeline loads we should be able to go to our debug console and scroll down, and we see all of our data. We see the data for both of the documents. The first one, the user with the username Fred and all of his data, and then the user with the username Jane. So let's review very quickly because that might have been a bit confusing. We wanted to get all of our user data on our users collection. So what did we do? Well, first of all, we created a reference called usersref where we pointed to that collection. We got that data by executing off of the usersref getDocuments, which is a method available to every collection. We resolved the future that it returned with a then statement, and this future resolves to a query snapshot, and then all of the documents off of that collection were made available on the snapshot reference off of the documents property, which is a list. All of our documents are available on a list from a collection, so we use the for each method to iterate over each document snapshot, and the data was made available from doc.data. Now just to show you a couple of more values for each document snapshot, we can also print the document's ID, that auto-generated ID. We can see in our debug console each of the user documents IDs and that they exist. Now what if we want to get just a single document off of a collection? For example, we just wanted to get the user with the username of Jane. Well, in this case, an easy approach to getting a single document is to query for it by its ID, or to create a reference for it by its ID. So we just need to modify our usersref, and now instead of executing a method called getUsers, we can just comment this out, and we can create a function called getUserById, for example. So let's create this function, section users. We can choose a document with this document method. So we need to provide to document, which will chain on to the user's ref variable. The most common way of getting a document is to provide a reference to its ID. So let's find the ID for the user that we want to get with the username of Jane. We'll just copy that. We'll hard code this value for now, and we'll put it in a final variable of type string called ID, and pass that ID to the document method. In order to get this document, we need to call get. So to get an individual document, we call get, the get method. For getting a collection of documents, it's get documents. So again, get returns a future, but this is of type document snapshot instead of query snapshot. So we'll add our then, and within the parameters of that function, we'll get our document of type document snapshot, and we'll have access to all the same properties as we saw before. So once again, let's just print all of these lines. Before we move on to actually creating new data, get user by ID example and see how to display the snapshot data within our page. So what we'd likely do for get users, since we're resolving the data right here, is instead of printing all of the data to the console, we would instead put it within our state and then display that in our UI. So for of user state, that's a list, say of type dynamic, that's called users, and by default we'll make that an empty list. So now when we get our user data, we're going to set state, and we'll set users to snapshot.documents. So that enables us to go into our body, and let's say we have a container that has a child, within it a list view that has a list of children, and here we could assign to children our users, and we could iterate over them with map, because map can return a list if we chain on at the end to list. And we could just say for each piece of user data, just return it, and then at the end convert it to a list. But since we know that each piece of user data consists of a map, we might want to select from it, say, the username string from the map. So that would require from user selecting with brackets the username key, and we'd need to wrap that username in a text widget to displaying our data in our UI. But we see that there's a lot of steps that we had to include here. We had to add this get users function that we ran when we initialized our state. We put the documents from the snapshot in state as users, as this list, and then we had to apply this logic directly within our build function in order to display all the data that we wanted to show up. Fortunately, Flutter's given us an alternative way to do this to kind of cut down on providing so much business logic with our widgets that we want to display that data in. We can combine everything and combine our logic for displaying our data as well as fetching it within a single widget. And that's made available with the help of the future builder. So directly on the body, we're going to create a future builder widget, and future builder accepts two arguments. First of all, a future, meaning the request that we want to make. So that will be users ref.get documents. We don't have to include the await. We just need to provide a future that it needs to resolve. And we know that when this is resolved, we're going to get a query snapshot. So we can add that type, that return type, to our future builder if we like. And then it's going to accept a builder, which is a function that determines how we're going to display the snapshot data that is resolved from this future. So we'll add that function, and in the parameters, when the future is resolved, we're going to get two values. We're going to get first context. We can use context if we need it. And the second is our snapshot. Now, using snapshot here is going to be a bit different than the snapshot that we got within get users. It's going to have different properties available on it. So for example, it's going to have a property on it called has data. So if we say if, we would return our circular progress. This is how we'll use that circular progress. Make sure to import progress. And then we can provide an else. We don't have to include an else because we're returning if this conditional is met. If we do have data, then we'll be able to return our data, display it in the UI in the manner that we like. So again, we can provide our container, which will have within it as its child a list view to display our list We've covered a few different patterns for getting data from our Firestore database. Now we want to cover how to dynamically add new data, update it, and delete it. So the example that we had previously with our stream builder, and we're going to see how to create a new user dynamically, as well as update their data and then delete them. So first let's create a function in our timeline state called createUser. This is going to be an async function. It's going to be another async operation that we perform here, and we're going to add a new user to our users collection. So we'll take our users ref, and there's a couple of ways to add a document to a collection. We can use the add method, and add accepts a map of data. So we could add a set of curly braces and then specify all of the data. So the approach to this, to doing it this way, is to first use the document method, and we can give it some unique string. In the future we'll use a specific function for creating a unique string, and then we will chain on to this the setData method. And if we look at what setData returns, we see it returns a future of type void, so it doesn't give us any data back. So what we're going to do here is we'll just execute setData with our custom ID, and let's execute createUser when our state is created. So now we can save timeline.dart, and when we head to our timeline, we see that our user document with the username of Jeff is added since it's displayed in our UI. And if we head back to our collection, we see our custom ID linked to our new user document with all the data that we specified. So the add method, or the document and setData methods, are the two different approaches that we're going to be using to create new data in Firestore. So we'll comment that out, our execution of createUser, and instead let's create another function called updateUser. So to update a user, we want to reference a given user by their document. So say we wanted to update Jeff, we'd provide his ID to document, and then we'd use the method updateData. UpdateData again returns a future of type void, so it doesn't give us any data back. And the document is going to be updated with whatever data that we supply on map. So say we wanted to update the username to a different value, say the name John. How would we do that? Well, we'd first provide the entire object that we had previously. We still want to provide post count and isAdmin is false. We could also change those values if we wanted to, but right now let's say we just wanted to change the username. We could change it to the value that we want, and just like we did for createUser, we can call updateUser when our state is created. So when we navigate away and then back, we see Jeff is now John, and we can confirm that by heading back to the users collection and taking a look at his document. And finally, to delete data, we'll create a deleteUser function. And this is even easier to perform. We just have to reference a given document by its ID and then chain on the delete method. So we'll run this. Before we close out this section covering how to use the Firestore real-time database with Flutter, I want to talk about how we're going to structure data within our database. What is the optimal way to, for example, get a collection of users, get a collection of posts, get information about our users? For example, if we want to know whether the current user is following another user, how do we structure our database to optimize that? Up until this point, we've really just discussed how to work with collections and documents. We haven't talked about the optimal way to organize them. So even though we know a bunch of ways now how to ask for a certain piece of data, for example, finding a user that has a certain post count or a username, we haven't talked about optimization. What's the best way to do that? And despite the fact that we're using a NoSQL separate collection, so for example, on a user, we could store a collection of posts. Now this is a pattern that we generally want to avoid because whenever we fetch a user, say we want to get Fred's user information here, and for example, maybe we just want to display his information in a header or something like that. We don't want to get his posts, regardless if we've added a followers collection. So say we want to get all of the followers for a given user. What's the best way to structure this collection so we can make the fewest requests in order to get that information and to just get exactly what we asked for? Well, in many cases, the pattern that we're going to be using is to include a user's ID. So here we have our users collection. We have the IDs that were created whenever we made our user document for a given user. The easiest way to see, for example, all of a user's posts or all of a user's followers is to take that user ID for a given user and then reuse that when creating other pieces of information about them. For example, their followers. So for example, when the user, Fred in this case, gets a follower, we add to the followers collection a new document that uses his user ID, and in turn that's linked to a collection called user followers. And then likely the end of this path would include all the IDs of the users that are following Fred. So what's the benefit of this? Well, all we have to do in order to figure out common information about Fred is we just take the collection, a reference to the followers collection, use his user ID, which is going to be available on his session, and then ask for all of his followers. And the same can be repeated for example, his posts and every other piece of data that we're going to keep track of in our app. So this enables us to just make one request, post / Fred's ID / for example, user posts, to get every post that he's created. So those are the 3 rules that we're going to be following in structuring our database. Number 1, we want to separate collections to not make them nested on individual documents. Then on top of keeping our documents lean, to flatten our data structures, meaning to separate them into individual paths, to just have user data on the users collection, post data on the post collection, to more effectively be able to request just the data that we need, to not overfetch or underfetch, and then finally to create an easily scalable approach to getting user data by associating a given user's ID with other pieces of data that we want to know about them, such as their followers and posts. If you're interested in learning more about structuring your database in the most optimal way, I'd recommend checking out the Firebase documentation at firebase.google.com, and there you'll find an article about how to use Firestore with Flutter. Let's continue building our app and see how to add the authenticated user data to our Firestore database. when a user signs in, if their data doesn't exist in our database, we are adding it to the user's collection. However, we want to make this created data accessible within our app with all of these values, regardless of whether a user's just signed in or not. So the way that we're going to do that is by creating a model for our user data, where first of all, we'll request the user's data from our database based on their ID. And then in order to provide the user data across our app, we'll do what's known as deserializing that data. So we'll take that data from our document in order to create an instance of our user class. So first of all, to model our data, we want to head to models and then user.dart. And on our class, we want to specify all of the fields, all of the values that we'll have for each user. And they'll correspond to all of those fields that we've added for each user document in our database. So as you can see, bio, display name, email, ID, photo URL, timestamp, and username. There'll be just one difference, and that will be we won't include timestamp within our user class. So on our user class, we need to mark all of these values as final with their corresponding type. If we take a look at our document one more time, we see that these values are basically all strings. So we'll create a final string value that's our ID, then one for the username, then for the email, photo URL, display name, and bio. Then to indicate how a new user is going to be initialized, we'll use the user constructor, and within a set of curly braces pass in all of these values prepended with this. So this.id, this.username, this.email, this.photo URL, this.display name, and this.bio. And once that's done, we'll create a method on this class that's going to be specifically for the deserialization that we mentioned. That will be responsible for taking a document snapshot and turning it into an instance of a user class. So we'll create a method that's prepended with the keyword factory. You can think of this as kind of a static method. So it's going to be available on our user class, and it's going to be named from document. So we'll create a factory method called from document. So we can say user.fromDocument, and it's going to take a doc, which is of type document snapshot, and we'll need to import the Firestore package in order to have this type declaration. And we just want to provide instructions for how to create a user. So this will be pretty straightforward. We just want to return a created user that has an ID value that comes from doc.documentID, or in fact, since we're storing the ID on our user, we can use just doc.id. Or actually, since this is a map here, we need to use brackets and select the key ID. Then the email will be doc, and then the key email, and the same for username. It'll be from doc username. Photo URL will be doc photo URL. Display name, doc display name. And bio will be doc bio. And now that we have this from document factory, we can head back to our create user Firestore function. And we can say at the very bottom, after our if conditional, we want to pass our document snapshot to user.fromDocument now. We'll need to import our user model, pass in doc, and we're going to store the returned created user and won't initialize it to anything. So the benefit of this current user value is we're going to store all of our user data and be able to pass to our different pages. We're going to be able to pass the current user data to our different pages within our page view. And one final step is to, within our conditional for create execute users ref.document with the user ID and get the newly added data to update our doc variable, which will then deserialize with the from document factory. So now directly underneath we can print current user and say current user dot username to get one of its values off of it. So now when we save home.dart and maybe do a hot restart, if we check out our debug console, we should see in our log an instance of user, so the user was created based off of our model, and we should see our current user's associated username. To finish up our work in authenticating users, we want to add some validation to our create account page. We want to add validation to the form here so that we don't accept any usernames, which we'll assign to form key.currentState, since we're going to need to reference this a couple of times. So now we can say form.save, but before we call save and update our username piece of state with another function to our text form field, which is called validator. So for validator, once again, we're going to get the value that's typed into the input, which we'll name as val. And here within this function, we want to add a number of conditions. If it matches one of these conditions, we want to return some sort of error text, which will display within our form field. So for example, username too short. Otherwise, if our validation passes successfully, if we don't have any problems, we're just going to return null. So for our first condition, we want to check to see that if val.trim, we want to use the trim method on val in order to trim off any white space to make sure our user doesn't just type in a number of spaces into our input. If val.trim, so we're providing a condition to say if our username doesn't have enough characters, if it has less than 3 characters, then we're going to say the username's too short. Otherwise, if the username's too long, we'll add an else if val.null. One other thing I'd recommend here for our form, to immediately execute this validator function when a user types into it, we can provide the boolean of auto-validate to true. And then heading back up to our submit function, we'll use our current state from our form key to say if form.validate, validate is going to go through all of our validator functions, and that is to show a snack bar, a little pop-up in the bottom of the screen to say welcome username, to welcome the given user when they sign up. So in order to display a snack bar, we're going to need to create another global key that's of type scaffold state. So this key is going to be associated with our scaffold, and we'll name it underscore scaffold key. Scaffold, we can now create our snack bar, and we'll do that after we call form.save, but before we navigate back to the previous route. So we'll add a variable called snack bar that we can make of type snack bar. And this seconds, we're going to pass in a function, an anonymous function, where we call navigator.pop. And in order for this to work, we'll need to import the Dart async package. So once we've added all of that, we can save. And to test this out, I'm going to remove my users collection and sign in with the same user as before. So make sure to log out. I'll do a hot restart as well. I'll sign in once again. We'll be taken to create account. We see automatically when we focus on this input, the validation is run and we get the message username too short. We can provide some white space and it's still going to give us that error. If we provide just enough characters, less than 12, this is going to be bottom welcome read, and we're navigated back to our timeline. And again, we see in our database our users collection with a user document including the username that we provided to the input. Now there's one last thing that I want to do, and that is to make sure for the header associated with our create account page, on our create account page, we want to remove the back button. You're going to get an error Before we move on to adding the functionality to actually be able to search on our search page, I want to talk a little bit about responsive design. So if we take a look at our search page currently, we see that in the portrait view that we're currently in when our phone is vertical, we're able to see our image just fine as well as our text. However, if we turn our phone by going to hardware and rotate left or right, note that on a Mac you can do this with Command left arrow or Command right arrow. When we flip the phone, we see that our picture is not entirely visible and we have to scroll down to see our text. So how do we resize the image when we turn the phone? Well, a very easy way to do this is to, within build no content where we're displaying our image, to use a built-in widget called media query, and to get the current device orientation we can use mediaQuery.of and pass in the current build context. When we do that, we get access to a lot of different values. For example, we can get the current size of the screen by saying .size.height to get its height, or size.width. But what we want is mediaQuery.of context.orientation. So this is going to tell us whether our device is in portrait mode or in landscape mode. And we can store this value in a variable called orientation that is of type orientation. So it's rather easy to change the dimensions of our widgets in response to the orientation. Here we want to change the size of the image. We want to make it a bit smaller so we can actually see our text underneath. So what we can do is we can add a ternary here for the SVG asset height and say if orientation, what's stored in our variable, is equal to orientation dot portrait. If we're in portrait mode, responsive app design, orientation is a really great value to make use of from media query, and in most any case, with some rare exceptions, this is all you're going to need in order to resize things appropriately for different devices. Let's add our search functionality. So when an authenticated user is searching for another user, they type in this input and they submit it. We want to display a list of users that match that query. The last addition that we're going to make to our search page is to improve the appearance and amount of data that we show in each of the results. So instead of just showing the username, we're going to show their photo URL, their display name, their username, etc. So let's build out our user result class, which is the widget that we're going to display instead of a list of text widgets, which is currently Let's move on to our next page, the upload page. On this page, users are going to be able to create posts by uploading media files and associating with them a given caption and location. So this page is going to consist of three parts. First of all, a splash screen to initially show to users that'll have a button that tells users to upload an image. Next, when they choose to upload an image, we'll show them a modal that'll give them the options to either take a photo with their device, choose a photo that's already in their image gallery, and then once they select a file, we'll move on to another page, another screen, where we're going to display a preview of that image and give them a text input to provide a caption related to the image as well as their location. We'll add geolocation so we can detect the current location of the user's device, and of course when a user posts an image, we'll upload the media file and then get back a URL which will associate with the post that will add to a post collection in our Firestore database. So it seems like a lot of steps, but this is going to be pretty simple to set up. Our first step is creating the splash screen. So we're going to have, so this container is going to have the color, which will be our accent color. So we'll use theme.ofcontext.accent color, and we'll make it a bit lighter by saying with opacity, has an opacity of 0.6. Then for its child, we'll use a column widget where we'll set main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot center to center this image. So we'll need to bring in once again our Flutter SVG package. And for this SVG, we're going to get it from assets/images, and the file name is upload.svg, and border radius .circular with a radius value of 8.0. Then after that, we'll include as the button's child a text widget with the text upload image, and for it we'll set the style, and using text style we'll see colors.deep orange. We just need to put this outside of the text widget. And then for onPressed, we want to execute a new function which we'll call select image, and we need to pass through to this function context in order to make our modal work. So let's create select image above build splash screen. I'll accept context, but for right now let's take a look at what we've created so far. We look at our simulator. We have our background SVG image and our upload image button, so that's good. Now to display our modal, we're passing through context to select image, and to show a dialog we'll want to return the show dialog widget, which takes first context. So we'll rename the context that we're passing through to this function parent context. We need to pass through a parent context here, and we'll get a different context within our builder function right here. So here we'll get normal context, and from show dialog we'll return a simple dialog where the first child will have the text photo with camera. We'll copy this, and for the next option, this will be image from gallery, and after that simply cancel to close the dialog. So each of these options will have an onPressed function associated with it, and the easiest one to perform is the cancel option. So in order to remove our dialog, we can just do so by executing navigator.pop and passing in the context that we're getting from the builder. Next, we'll take care of photo with camera. For its onPressed, we'll execute a function that we'll call handle take photo, and we'll make this above select image. First of all, we'll call navigator.pop with our context. We don't need to pass it through to this function, but that's just to remove the dialog. Then we'll use the image picker, which we'll need to import from the image picker dependency. Then we'll use the method pickImage, and this is an async operation, so we'll need to make this an async function, and we'll await imagePicker.pickImage, and we need to specify a source, and that will be max height, that'll be 675, and the max width 960. And then after that, after we picked our image, we'll get back a file. We'll put it in this file variable that will be of type file, and for file we'll need to import the library dart.io, and we'll want to store this file in state. So we'll create a file piece of state that we won't initialize anything, and from handle take photo press to image from gallery. So for that we'll call this function handle choose from gallery, and for this too we'll use the image picker. This will need to be async. We'll first call navigator.pop context, then after that we'll await image picker dot pick image, but this time the source is going to be from image source dot gallery instead of camera, and once again we'll put it in our file variable of type file, and we'll put that in state. So when a user selects that they want to upload an image, we show them a modal. They'll choose an appropriate option, and if they choose photo with camera or image from gallery, we will pick an image either from the camera or the gallery on their phone, and then we're going to put the image file that we get back from image picker in state. So what are we going to do when we have this file in state? Well, we want to change our view, similar to what we did for our search page. So once again, we'll include a ternary where we'll say if file is equal to null. If we don't have a file, then we want to build our splash screen, but for now we just want to return a text widget that says file loaded. And in fact, in the future we're going to have an upload form. So let's actually jump ahead a little bit and create the build upload form function, which will for now just return this text widget to give us an indication of what we need to do next. So now let's save upload.dart, and we'll open our simulator. We'll choose upload image. We see our dialog pop up with the title create post. We have our different options. If we hit cancel, we close our dialog. And for the iOS simulator, I don't believe that you can pick a photo with the camera. You can for Android, however, feel free to do that. However, for iOS, I believe you can just choose an image from gallery. So we'll choose that option. It's going to ask us if we can give it access to our photos. We'll say OK. We'll see our gallery come up, and we can choose whatever image that we like. Then after we pick an image, we see file loaded. So this is exactly what we want. And in the next step, we'll display the image that we selected here, and we'll provide an upload form so users can caption and add their Let's take a look at the final version of the upload form that we're going to be building after users selected their image. Up at the top in our app bar, we're going to have a custom header that consists of a back button, a title of caption post, and a post button that users will press to actually create their post. We have a linear progress when we're in the process of uploading our image. Then we'll have a preview of the image file with an icon at the beginning, and this use location button, which users can press if they want to get their current location and display that in the location input. However, the first thing to note is that in order to get the current user's photo URL, we're going to need to pass down the current user to our upload class. And we're going to not just be using the user data, the current user data for their photo URL, but for, if we head down to our auth screen, we take a look at our page view and the children. We want to pass down to our upload page the current user, and we want to create on the upload state class a current user, a named current user argument. So in order to do that, we'll head back to upload, and for the stateful widget, we'll say final user with the name of current user, and we'll pass to the upload constructor within curly braces to add a named argument, this dot current user. And then to access our current user, and by the way, is going to be an icon button, which is going to be our back button, where the icon will be icons.arrow back with the color of black, and for its on pressed, we just want to clear the image, so we'll create a function the same name above build upload form where it's just going to set state. Then for our title, we'll use a text widget with the text caption post, and for its style, set text style to have a color of colors.black. Be our post button to post a given media file. Then for its style, we'll use text style to set the color to colors.blue accent. The font weight to font weight dot bold, and the font size to 20. And right now we're just going to give it an on pressed of an inline arrow function where we'll print, say, pressed, and that's going to consist of a list view, a list of children widgets. We're going to have a container with a height of 220. For width, we want to set the preview image to take up about 80% of the available width. So a neat way to do that is to use media query .of context, and to get the current width we can say .size .width, and to get 80% of it we can multiply that by 0.8. That's a nice trick. For the container's child, we'll use a center widget to center our image, and for its child we want to use an aspect ratio widget. So we're going to set the aspect ratio, basically the dimensions of this image. We'll set that to the ratio 16:9 width to height, and for its child we'll use a container. For decoration, we'll use the box decoration class. Now that we've got the final version of our post form to be able to create a post, let's see how we're going to go through the process of actually uploading the media file and associating it with the post that we want to make in our post collection in Firestore. First of all, to submit a post, we'll click on the post button, and when we're in the process of uploading to our form. So how it's going to work is this. A user clicks on the post button. We want to then disable the button to make sure that they can't resubmit the same post while it's in the process of being uploaded. Then we want to have a piece of state that controls when we're in the process of uploading, say a value called isUploading, to then display this progress. Then what we'll do is we will compress this image file that we have stored in state, and then we'll upload it to Firebase storage. After that, we'll get back a URL that's going to be returned from Firebase storage when our media file is actually uploaded, and we'll use that to create our post, to reference for our post that we're going to be making in our post collection in Firestore. And from there, we will reset our state. We'll clear out both of our input values as well as the file in our state. So first of all, let's take care of disabling our post button and creating a state value that's going to indicate when we're uploading our image file. So this piece of state is going to be called isUploading. This will be a Boolean, and by default it'll be set to false. So let's head back down to our build upload form function. We're displaying our app bar. We'll head down to the flat button in actions, and to the onPressed we want to add a ternary where we'll say if isUploading is true. Then we want to, and at the end, call a raised button with the text use current location. For its on pressed, we want to connect that to a new function called get user location, which we'll create underneath. So this will be an async function. We'll need to perform a few async operations in it. And for this, we'll need to bring in the package geolocator. So we can just type geolocator and auto import it. We'll use the geolocator class, and off of it, we in particular want the get current position method. So this is going to give us the user's location expressed in latitude and longitude coordinates, and we can pass to it an optional argument of desired accuracy. So we can determine how accurate this is in getting the user's location. We can set that to location accuracy dot and then choose the level of accuracy that we want. I'll choose high. This method returns a future, so we'll need to await this expression, and we'll put the result in a variable called position, and its value is going to be of type position. So this position value is going to give us a lot of information about the user's current position, Now we're going to move on to the profile page. So let's take a look at the final version of this page, and it's going to consist of three main parts. We're going to work on the first part in this video, and that's going to be the header that you see here. So the header is going to consist of user's photo URL, as well as their username, their display name, and their bio, along with their post count, followers count, and following count, as well as an edit profile button. If we're looking at our profile, we'll have an edit profile button, but if we're looking at another user's profile, we'll see a follow or unfollow button. So we're just going to create the basic aspects of this in this video. We're going to get the image as well as the username, display name, and bio. We don't currently have a bio, but we'll see how to update that in a bit. And in a later section, we will see how to get the post count, follower count, and following count. And to get a complete overview of what we're going to be making here, in the future we're going to have this area here that's going to allow us to toggle the different orientations of the posts that we'll see underneath. Either a tile view where the posts look like tiles such as this, or a list view where they're going to have a larger version. It's going to be a larger, more expanded version where you can see more information about each post that a given user has created. And then of course at the bottom we're going to see all of the posts that a given user's created. So let's begin by heading to the profile page, and as I mentioned, we're going to need to get the profile user's information, and we're going to do that by passing through to this class the user's ID and then fetching their user data based on it. So let's head back to home. We'll go to our page view within build auth screen, and we want to pass down a profile ID value, which for ourselves, if we go to the profile page, is just going to be our ID from current user.id. And here we want to use this null aware operator to first check to see that current user is not null, and only in that case do we want to get the ID property off of it. That's going to help reduce a lot of errors for us. So now we need to create this profile ID named argument. So let's head to profile, and we'll add a final string variable profile ID, and then we'll pass the profile constructor this.profile ID. So now let's create the header, and we'll do so within a list view. All of our body, all of the parts of the profile are going to be within a list view. So it's going to have a children list, and our header is going to come as the return value of a function called build profile, the user's information based on their ID. So we're going to import the users ref from home. So usersref.document, and to get the user's document based on their ID, we'll get their profile ID from widget.profileID, and then at the end we'll chain on get to create that future. And then we know our resolve value is going to be made available in our builder function, which is going to give us context and snapshot. And again, if we don't have any data, if not snapshot.hasData, then we want to return we'll return a padding widget, and we want to set padding on the top. So we'll set edge insets. Actually, we'll set padding on all sides, so we'll use edge insets.all with the value 16.0. Then for the child, if we take a look at the final version, we see that everything can be put within a single column, and then this column can be broken down into two separate rows. This one right here, and then another one here. We won't put all of these within a single column, but it's basically going to function as a column. So we will have a parent column widget, and that's going to have a list of children, and we'll have our first row, which will have its own children. The first widget will be our circle avatar to display the user's image. So the radius of this will be 40.0. The background color, colors.gray, and the background image, our image is going to be displayed once again with our cache network image provider widget. So make sure to import that. And the photo URL is going to come from user.photo URL. Underneath our avatar, or to the right hand side of our avatar, we'll have a expanded widget where flex is going to be set to 1. Its child is going to be another column, and this is going to contain all those 3 numbers: posts, followers, and following. So for its children, we'll have a row within it where main axis size is going to be main axis size.max, main axis alignment dot space evenly to space out these 3 values along that row. And then for each of the children, since we're going to provide both a number and a text value, for the first one it'll be posts, and for each of these it's going to have an initial value of 0. We'll get the posts, followers, and following count later on. So for the next one, the label will be followers and 0, and then following and 0. So the return type of build count column will be a column widget. So we'll return column, which will have a main axis size of main axis size.min. Main axis alignment will be set to main axis alignment.center. The children will consist of first a text widget, 22. The font weight will be font weight.bold. And after the text widget, we'll have a container, and that will be for our label. So the margin, there will be a margin on top, so we'll use edge insets to only top with the value of 4. And the child will be text. We'll pass the label to it, and for its style, we'll have the color of gray from colors.gray, the font size 15, and the font weight of 400, so we'll use font weight W400. And then heading back down, now that we've got this row here, we'll add another row within this nested column. So after the first row, we'll have another for our profile button, our edit profile button, which we'll create in the next video. So main axis alignment is going to be set to main axis alignment.space evenly. Then for children, we're going to have a function called build profile button. However, the return value of this function is just going to be a simple text widget for now. That'll just say profile button. And now after this row, we're going to add our next set of values right here. And they're all going to be within container widgets. So for the first container, we'll set alignment to alignment center left to align it to the far left. The padding will be edge insets only on the top side. They'll be set to 12. And the child will be text widget, where its value will be user.username, and its style will have a font weight of font weight.bold. Now that we've got a basic header for our profile, we're going to move on to building out the profile button. Note that when we're looking at another user's profile, not the currently authenticated users, we're going to see here a follow button or an unfollow button. But for ourselves, when we're on our profile page, we should have a button that says Edit Profile. So when we click on it, or when we tap on it, we're taken to the Edit Profile page that enables us to edit both our display name as well as our user bio. So this is what the final version of that's going to look like. So it's going to consist of, up at the top, an app bar, a custom app bar with the title Edit Profile, and then this check mark icon button that will enable us to go to the previous screen, to the back to profile. And then for the body of the page, we're going to have, once again, our photo URL and then a couple of inputs with our display name and our bio automatically populated. So we're going to need to fetch our current user once again this page. So we're going to be able to edit these two values, and for our display name we want to make sure that it's not less than 3 characters. We want to have a valid display name, and for our bio we want to make sure it's not too long. And if this passes validation, then we can update our profile by tapping on the Update Profile button. We're going to get a little snack bar, which you can see at the bottom. It says Profile Updated. And then finally, we'll have a Logout button to be able to log out of our app completely. So right now, let's take care of creating our Edit Profile button and push to the Edit Profile page and create its basic structure. So we're going to head down to where we're executing Build Profile button. Remember that in that function we were just returning a text widget, and instead from this widget we're first going to provide a conditional where we want to see if we're viewing our own profile. So if we're viewing our own profile, we should show the Edit Profile button. So how are we going to determine that? Well, we need to compare the current user's ID with the profile ID that's being passed to profile. So let's create within profile state a final string variable called current user ID. And we can get the current user ID from our home import. Note that it's better to pass down a given value as an argument to a widget. However, it is possible to just import home in order to get our current user reference. So we can get the current user's ID by saying current user. We'll use our null aware operator once again and get the ID property off of that. And then we can head back down. We'll head back down to Build Profile button, and we'll create a variable here that has a value of a Boolean called isProfileOwner. And we'll check to see if the current user ID is equal to widget.profile ID. And if that's the case, if that's true, then we're going to return the result of another function called buildButton. So we're going to create a dedicated function, just buttons, that we want to pass different information to. As I mentioned, there's going to be a follow button and an unfollow button for profiles that have other users. So let's create this build button function above buttons pressed. So the text for this button will be Edit Profile, and the function will be one called Edit Profile, and we'll just create that above build button. So build button is going to return a container for its onPressed. We'll set that to the function that we're passing through, Edit Profile in this case. The child will be another container, all, where the border color is going to be the same, We did a lot of work in the previous video, so adding validation as well as the ability to update our profile is going to be pretty straightforward in this one. So first of all, we need to add validation to make sure that we can't update our profile, we can't update a user's document until our display name has a value of at least 3 characters. The display name's not empty or has a value that's not long enough. And also, we need to make sure our bio isn't too long. So, the way that we're going to keep track of whether our bio field as well as our display name field are valid are with the help of 2 additional state values. Underscore bio valid, that'll initially be set to true. We'll assume, of course, that when we go to edit profile for the first time, that bio is valid as well as display name valid. That's what we're going to name the other state variable, and both of these are going to be Booleans. So how are we going to prevent our profile from being updated whenever we tap on the Update Profile button if our fields aren't valid? Well, first of all, we're going to replace the function that we're associating with the onPressed of the Update Profile button. We're going to change that with a new function called Update Profile Data. So for this function, which we'll make, we're going to conditionally set the 2 values that we just created, display name valid and bio valid, according to the conditions that we laid out at the beginning. If our display name is too short, then our has a length that's less than 3, and we'll make sure to call .trim on text to get rid of the white space. If it's less than 3, or if display name controller.text is empty, then we're going to set display name valid to false in state. Otherwise, so we'll use a ternary here, display name valid will be its original value of true. Then for our biocontroller, if biocontroller.text.trim, if its length is greater than, say, 100 characters, you can set the upper bound at whatever you'd like, then we're going to say that the bio valid piece of state will be false. Otherwise, bio valid will be true. So only if display name is valid and bio is valid are we going to update our user's document. And we'll do that with usersref.document. And we'll pass in the current user's ID from widget.currentUserID .update data, and we'll pass in the map where display name is set to display name controller .text and bio is set to bio controller. We'll head there, and for each of the input decoration classes we have a property called error text. And here we can add a ternary where for the build display name field, for the display name field, if display name is valid, our bio field will check based on the value of bio valid, and if there is a problem with it, we'll say the bio is too long. And finally, the last thing to take care of is our scaffold key, which we'll create in state. We'll create a final scaffold key that's set to a global key, update profile data at the end. After we've updated the user's profile and our fields are valid, we'll first create a variable snack bar that's of type snack bar. and we'll make one where the content is set to a text widget that just says profile updated. Then we'll put in an invalid display name. We'll hit update profile. See display name too short, so that's good. Then for our bio, if we provide something greater than 100 characters, we see bio too long. But if both are the correct length, we'll try updating profile. We see profile updated. That's good. And then we can go back if we just check the check mark, and we see those values were applied for the display name and bio. And finally, let's take care of log out. So to log out our user, we'll head down to the last button. And instead of printing log out, now let's reference a new function with the name. So we should be importing home.dart. We'll make this async. We'll await Google signin dot sign out, and we want to move away from our edit profile page and push back to the home page. This is going to ensure that our logged out user can't edit any user information on this page anymore. So we'll say navigator.push, provide context, our material page route, and our builder, and at the end of this function we'll return with our home page. So let's try that out. So we'll click on logout, and we're logged out and taken back to home, and we see our sign in with Google button. And with that, we now have our completed edit profile page. Now that we're done with the edit profile page, let's move back to profile and see how to display a given user's posts at the bottom of the page. So we're going to display the post count as well as the post underneath, and what we're going to be displaying them as is a list of posts. So we're not going to have this tile format, but instead we're going to be creating this enlarged post view, and this is going to consist of three parts. We're going to have a header up at the top with the post owner's information, their avatar, username, and the location of the post. then the post image, and underneath that a footer. This is going to consist of two main rows, one row for buttons, a like button to be able to like a post and unlike it, and a comments button to tap to see the comments screen, to be able to see all previous comments and add your own, and then a row for the likes count, as well as the caption associated with the post. So this is what we're going to be creating, the basic structure of this. And to do that, we're going to head to post.dart within widgets. Now, the first step that we'll need to take is creating a post model. It's going to be very similar to our user model, where we declared all of the properties of it as variables and created a from document factory to deserialize our data and to create a user instance. We're going to do the same here, all within our post stateful widget. So we're going to create a post model here and pass down all of our data to post state to display those values. So we're kind of going to have a model and a widget all within one. So if we head back to all of these fields except for timestamp within our created post instance. And one thing I want to mention before we go forward is how this likes map is going to work. So when a user likes a post, when they click on the like button, we're going to add that user's ID to this map. Remember, likes is a map where the key is their ID and it's going to be set to the Boolean true. If they unlike a post, if they tap it again after liking it, we're going to set this value to false. That's how we're going to keep track of the likes that a given post is accumulated. So now let's create our model within our post class, and these are basically all going to be declared as final variables of type string. So we can just copy this and say our first value will be post ID, and I'll paste this in 5 more times or 6 more times. The second will be called owner ID, then username, location, description, media URL, and then likes. However, this will be a dynamic value. Then we'll pass all of these to our post constructor. And I'm just going to copy all this and we'll paste it in between a set of curly braces. And I'm going to use multiple cursors here. So to enable that, we can just select Alt or Option and then tap where we want that additional cursor to go. So we'll add a comma after each of these, and then we'll delete everything before and just say this dot. And now to provide instructions for creating a post instance from a document, we'll create another factory called post.fromDocument. So we'll have doc as the parameter. That'll be of type document snapshot. So we'll import Firestore for that type declaration. We'll return a post. And first of all, to get the post ID, that's going to come from doc, and since we're using a map here, we'll get it from the post ID key. So we'll copy this line and again paste in 6 more times. So for the next value, that will be owner ID, then username, location, description, media URL, and finally likes. And here's the benefit of including a model along with a widget, is that we can add methods to this right here in the footer. We can calculate that by iterating over the likes map, iterating over its values, and checking to see if its value is equal to true or false. If it's true, we'll add 1 count to we'll return 0. Otherwise, we'll declare a count variable initialized to 0, and then we'll take likes.values. We can iterate over the values of this map with 4 each, and plus equals 1. So if the key is explicitly set to true, add a like. and then at the end return the count variable. So now we want to pass down all of these values, including our new getLikeCount, the return value from that method, to post state. And to do that, let's create some named arguments for post state. So we can just copy all of what we have here, both the variables and the constructor, and modify it for post state. So here we'll use the post state constructor. And since likes is going to be updated within our post, we can just set it to a map that's not final. And we'll also have the like count initialized or declared in state that's of type int, and we need to add this to our constructor. And now we can pass down to state the post ID from this dot post ID, owner ID from this dot owner ID, username will be this dot username, location this dot location. We'll execute getLikeCount and pass to it our likes map from this dot likes. I just need to add to the parameters likes. Okay. And now that we have the ability to model our posts, let's move on to the appearance of our enlarged post widget. So again, we're going to have a header, post image, and a footer. So within the return of build, we're going to return a column. We can put all of this within a single column where main axis size is going to be main axis size.min. And for the children list, we're going to get our widgets by returning the parts of our post from a number of functions. So first we'll have build post header, then build post image, and then build post footer. So we'll start with the header. And remember that in the header, we want to get the post owner's data. So we'll use a future builder to get their user data by ID. So we'll return a future builder where the future to resolve is going to come from usersref.document and pass in owner ID.get. And for the builder, we'll get context and snapshot. If we don't have any data, if not .has data, we'll return a circular progress. Again, we'll import progress. Otherwise, we want to get a few values, and first we'll want to deserialize our user data, so we'll use the factory from document. Make sure to import our user model, and we'll pass to it snapshot.data, where its background image will be, once again, using a cached network image provider. We'll get the image URL from user.imageURL, or photo URL. The background color will be colors.gray. And for the title of the list tile, we'll use a gesture detector. And the reason for this is that when in the future someone taps on a given user's username, we want to show their profile. The detector has an on tap for right now. One quick aside that I want to make is to notice that when we load our profile page, we see, especially if we do a hot restart, that when the image of our post is loaded from scratch, we don't see anything, and then immediately our image pops into place. It would be better to pursue a different way of loading this image. So for example, we saw a loading spinner, or the image faded into place while it was being loaded. Or remember how we're using the package cached network image in order to display a number of our images. Whenever we want to display our post, we're going to use a custom cached network image widget in order to do both the things that I mentioned. To take a look at an image of what we're going to be building, we want, when our image loads, for it to fade into place, to gradually have it fade from a transparent background to our image when it's loaded, as well as display a widget. We're going to pass some additional options. So on top of providing an image URL on the image URL parameter, and that's going to be set to media URL, which we'll provide as our one argument, which will be of type string. We want the image to fit the available space with boxFit.cover. We want it to cover the available space, and we have this placeholder function which will allow us to display a loading spinner or whatever widget we like while our image is being loaded. So here for this function, we're going to get in the parameters context and URL to edge insets all 20. So this by default is going to center the widget within our image. And then also, in the event that this image doesn't load for any reason, we have this error widget argument. This too is a function where we get context URL and error. And in the event of any error, we just want to return, say, an icon set to icons.error. So that's a nice fallback to display if for whatever reason we can't display the image. And now to use this function, which returns a widget, to test this out, we'll head to our post.dart file, and we'll go to where we're building our post image for the build post image function. Instead of displaying our image with image.network, we'll now use our cached network image function. We'll make sure to import that, and we'll pass in our media URL to it. So now let's save, and I'll do a hot restart. So when we take a look at our post on our profile page, we see our loading spinner and it fades into place. And now to reuse our cached network image, let's create our post tile. So our post tile in our profile page is going to look just like this. It's going to compose a grid of images, and it's just going to be a stripped version of our post, just displaying the image itself with no other information. So for this widget, it's also within our widgets folder called post_tile.dart. And first of all, we want post tile to accept an argument of our post. So we'll add a final variable of type post. We'll import the post widget / model. We'll call the variable post, and then we'll pass that to our constructor as this.post. Then we'll simply return a gesture detector in build, where for onTap in the future we'll have a function that will enable us to see a full screen version of the post. So for now, let's just print showing post, and for its child we'll reuse our cached network image and pass in post.media URL. And then to display this widget in our profile page, we'll save the file and then head back to turning our column. And to create these grid tiles, we'll first make a list of type grid tile, which is a widget. We'll make a variable of the same name, initialized to an empty list. We'll take our posts that we get in init state, iterate over them with for each, and for each post, we want to first pass down the data to our new post tile widget, which we'll make sure to import. Then this is going to serve as the child to a grid tile widget, and we want to add this created grid tile to our grid tiles list with the add method. And then from our function we'll return gridView.count, where the cross-axis count will be 3. There'll be 3 tiles for the width. The child aspect ratio will be 1.0. Main axis spacing will be set to 1.5. Cross-axis spacing will be 1.5, so that's going to be the width both between the tiles horizontally and vertically. Shrink wrap will be true. Physics will be never scrollable physics. That's a class or a widget. And for the children, that'll be set to our grid tiles list. Now we can save and check out the result. So now we have this grid view composed of grid tiles for our profile page, and in the next video we'll see how to toggle between the grid view and the list view which we have. The last major part of our profile page that we haven't built out yet is this row that consists of a couple of buttons that enables us to toggle how we want to see the user's posts, as a grid or as a list. So obviously when a user presses on the grid button, they'll see it as a grid. As a list, they'll see the posts as a list of posts. And we've created within build profile posts both of those views. So first, let's create the appearance of this. First by adding within the list view widget of our profile page, first a divider underneath our header, and this row is going to be provided as the return value of a new function which we'll call build toggle post orientation. So we'll make this, as I mentioned, it'll return a single row. Take a look at what we have. So this is good. We have our 2 buttons. However, now to make them functional, when we tap on one or the other, we need to change the view. And to do that, we can add a simple conditional within build profile posts. And that conditional is going to be based off of a new state value. We'll create a string variable called post orientation, and for its initial value we want to set the orientation to either grid or list. So by default I want my post to be viewed as a grid to see as many as possible, and then heading back down to build the string grid, then we want to naturally return our grid view that we've created. Otherwise, else if post orientation is equal to list, then we'll return our column of posts. Pretty straightforward. Now for our icon button, we want their on pressed, when the button's pressed, to call a function to set the value and state to toggle between grid or list. So this function will be called set post orientation. It'll accept a string of either grid or list. We'll call that post orientation, and it'll simply set state where this dot post orientation is the post orientation value that we passed in. So for the onPressed, for our grid button, in the return, this inline arrow function we'll call set post orientation, pass through the string grid, and for our list button we'll pass through the string list. Now when we save, we should be able to our primary color when it's selected. So we're going to need to add a ternary for the color values for both of the icon buttons, where for the grid button, if post orientation is equal to grid, then we'll use the primary color. Otherwise, gray. And we can copy this when we see our list of posts, the list button is active, and when we have our grid of posts, the grid button is active. Finally, as a very last addition to our profile post area, what happens when we have no posts? So to simulate that, if a user doesn't have any posts, we'll just comment out get profile posts. And if we navigate back to profile, we see just an empty screen. To avoid having that, let's create a splash screen like we have on upload image or the search page. So we can just go to the upload page and grab from the build splash screen function our container, which houses our SVG picture. We can just copy the entire container that's being returned, and then heading back to our profile page and going to build profile posts, we can add another conditional to see if the list of posts that are returned to us is empty. So we'll add else if posts dot is empty. The color will just provide a white background or the same background. We'll make sure to import the Flutter SVG package to get the SVG picture widget. The path to this SVG image that we'll be displaying is going to be assets/images/no_content.svg. And for the child of padding, we won't have a raised button. Instead, we'll just have a text widget sent with a font size of 40 and a font weight of fontweight.bold. So now we can save and look at the result. Forward, just make sure to uncomment out get profile posts. Now we're going to add the ability to like a given post. So in our profile page, we'll go to our list view, and the way that we're going to be able to like a post is when a user taps on the like button. So when they tap on the like button, the heart icon will fill in, will increment the likes count by 1, and if the user presses on it again, we'll return it to this icon of just a heart border, we'll decrement it by 1, and it's also going to be possible to like or unlike a given post by double tapping on the post image. And just to review how likes are going to work, if we head to a given post, we have a likes map, and on our likes map, when a user likes a post, we'll add their user ID to a Boolean value of true. And when they unlike it, we'll set it to false. So now let's head to our post.dart file, and in a couple of places we were just printing the line liking post. So that was for our post image, and we want to change that to a reference to a new function which we'll name handle like post. We can make above, as well as our like button. And we'll find that by searching for our icons with a value of favorite border. We also want to, for its on tap for the gesture detector, set that to handle like post. So when a user taps on the like button, we'll execute handle like post, and first we want to check to see if the user's already liked it. So on the likes map, we're going to search for the current user ID. So we'll store that within state, up at the top of post state. We'll create a final string variable called current user ID. That'll be set equal to current user. So we'll want to import that from our home file. And we can use our null-aware operator .id. Once that's brought in, we'll head back down. Variable of type Boolean, which we'll name isLiked. So if a user's previously liked a post, then isLiked will resolve to true. So if that's the case, we'll add a conditional, and we want to do a number of things. As I mentioned, we want to take the like count, which we have stored as a variable in state, and we want to decrement it by 1. We'll also have a variable which we'll create, it'll be a Boolean, called isLiked, which we won't need to initialize. That will be set isLiked will be set to false. And this value is going to control whether the like button is a heart border or a filled in heart. Owner ID, get their user post collection, and then to get the individual post document, we'll use the post ID, and then we'll update the data, where we'll select the likes map and set the key of the current user ID to false from true. So that's going to involve, before we set state, taking the posts ref, .document, get the owner ID of that post, dot collection, reference user posts, dot document, pass in the post ID, to have the likes with the key of the current user ID, set that to true. We'll increment the like count by 1, set isLiked to true, and set the likes count, or the likes value at the current user ID key, to true as well. And now we need to change the appearance of our like button in response to isLiked. So we'll find our like button again, and we'll add a ternary here for what icon we used within our gesture detector. So if isLiked is true, then we'll use icons.favorite. Otherwise, if it's false, we'll use the favorite border. So now we can save our post, but we're going to get an error telling us Boolean expression must not be null. So to fix this, we can head down to the very bottom to our build function, and before the return, we can set isLiked by taking, once again, the likes map, the current user ID key, and comparing it with true. And that's going to ensure that isLiked is not null. In the background, show the post that we're updating, show the post document. So when we like this post, we see immediately our likes map is updated with our current user ID, set that to true. If we navigate away and navigate back, we see it's still filled in and we still have 1 like. And if we unlike it, we now set the ID key to false. And once again, that value's persisted. At the moment, we can like and unlike a given post by tapping on the like button or by double tapping on the image. So we see the heart fill in and fill out, but we don't see any feedback specifically when we're tapping on the image to like or unlike it. So let's add that by adding an image, I should say a heart icon, directly within the image when we like it. So to enable that within our post widget, let's head up to the top, and we'll have another piece of state, a Boolean called show heart. And we'll set that initial of the image. However, we don't want it to stay there. We only want to show it for about half a second. So what we can do after we set state is we can once again use a timer from the async library, Dart async, which we'll import. Then we'll set another duration for which we're going to show the heart. And to do it for about half a second, we can set milliseconds to 500. Then we'll add our anonymous callback, and here is where we're going to set state and set show heart to false. So show heart being set to true is going to display the heart icon, and after half a second we're going to hide it. And how are we going to transpose that heart icon in front of our image? Ternary, where if show heart is true, we'll display an icon with icons.favorite, the size of 80, and we'll make the color colors.red. And if show heart is false, we'll just put in a text widget with an empty string. So let's see how this works. We'll save, and when we double tap our image, we see for a brief moment, half a second, our heart icon. And that's just when we like it, not on unlike. So this is nice, but we can make it even better. What if we made the heart beat as it was being shown? Well, fortunately, we have a package that'll make it very easy to do just that, and that is the animator package. So to make our heart beat out, to enlarge just a little bit as we're displaying it, we'll just briefly comment out our ternary here, and we'll bring in the class animator by importing the animator package. So first of all, 500 milliseconds. Then we need to provide a tween value. We do this with the tween widget, and we need to decide where this animation is going to begin, at what size it's going to begin, and at what size it's going to end. So the begin value, since we're using a scale animation, meaning we're scaling the size of the heart from smaller to larger to make it beat out, we'll set begin to a value slightly less than 1, and to make it a bit larger, we can have it end at a value slightly larger than 1, say 1.4. Feel free to play around with these numbers, but the value 1 is just going to be the current size of whatever we're animating. Then we need to pick the curve. So again, as we know from our page transition, from working with that, we know there's a lot of Now we're going to move on to building out our comments screen. So when a user taps on this comments button associated with a given post, we'll take them to a screen where we're going to display any comments that other users have made. It's going to consist of that user's photo URL, their post, their message itself, as well as the timestamp for when it was created. And then down at the bottom, we're going to have an input where users can provide new comments and post them. Note that this text input, so for example, let's grab a post ID. Then we'll have our comments collection. Off of comments, we'll provide that post ID, which will then be linked to another collection called comments, and this is where our comments related to this post are going to be stored. So that's how we're going to associate a given post with its comments to display, and of course each comment is going to have its own ID as well as its fields, such as a comment field with the comment text that a user has provided. So that's just to give you a brief overview of what this is going to look like when we actually add a new comment. Of course, there's going to be more fields here, including information about the user as well as the timestamp footer, our comments button. And when a user taps on this button, we want to execute in the return of this arrow function a new function called show comments. And this new function is going to have the argument of context. We'll pass in context because we're going to need to create show comments outside of our post widget. Then we're going to have a post ID named argument to which we'll pass the post ID. The owner ID will be set, this argument will be set to the owner ID and media URL to media URL. And the reason that we need to pass through context is to be able to actually, which will have its builder function, will provide context, and then we'll make sure to return our comments page, and we'll pass down to comments all of the arguments that we accepted in this function. We're going to have slightly different argument names for media URL, and we'll make sure to import the comments file here within post. Now let's head to comments.dart in our pages directory, where we'll create our named arguments with the help of the variables, a final string of post ID, a final string of post owner ID, and a final string of post media URL. Then to the comments constructor, we'll pass in this .post ID, this .post owner ID, and this .post media URL. And we want to pass these values down to our comment state, so we can duplicate all of that, we can copy all of that and paste it in right here. We'll just change the constructor to comment state and provide all of those values as arguments to the comment state function when we create state. So post ID will be this .post ID, post owner ID, this .post owner ID, and post media URL, this .post media URL. Note that we're not going to need these values that were in context. The title text will be comments. Then for the body, we'll have a column where we'll have a list of children widgets, and it's first going to consist of an expanded widget where its child is going to be set to build comments, and in this function we're going to display all of our comments, so we'll create that. Right now we'll just return the text comment. After that we'll have a divider, and then at the bottom we'll have our list tile, which consists of our text form field and the post button. So the title will be a text form field, and we'll want to give it a controller. So we'll create in state a text editing controller, which we'll set to the variable comment controller. So we'll create that and pass that down to our form field. For decoration, we'll use input decoration and provide the label text of write a comment. And for the function onField submitted, when our form is submitted, actually we'll remove that. We're going to provide instead a trailing button as the only way to submit our post. So we'll use an outline button where its onPressed is going to add our comment. So we'll just print add comment. Its border side is going to be set to border side dot none, and for its child we'll have a text widget with the text post. Now let's save both of these files and try navigating to our comments page for this post. So we'll tap on the button and we see comments, we see our input at the bottom, and the post button, which we can tap to add a comment. Now let's try adding our comment. So we'll create an add comment function connected to our onPressed. And for this, we'll need to create a variable called commentsRef within our home.dart file. Do that up at the top. So final commentsRef is equal to firestore.instance.collection of comments. So within comments, we'll make sure to import home.dart. Now we can select our document based on the post ID, which we pass down. We'll have a collection with the path comments, and we want to add a comment with the following fields. First of all, username coming from current user dot username, comment from our comment text that we have stored in our comment controller, so comment controller.text, then a timestamp for when it was created. We'll use the timestamp variable from home. The avatar URL, which will be the current user's photo URL, and the user ID from current user.id. And after adding our comment to clear out our input, we'll just say comment controller.text clear. So now let's save and our comments cleared out. If we look at our database, we'll need to refresh. We see a comments collection, that's good, connected to a post ID that has a comments collection within it. And on its own unique ID, we see we're executing build comments. We'll go to that function, and here we want to fetch our comments, and we want to do so in real time. So whenever a user adds a comment, we want it to appear immediately. And we know that in order to get real-time data, we use streams. So let's hook up a stream builder here. So we'll use the stream builder widget, and the stream to resolve will be comments ref. We want to select the post by its post ID dot collection of documents, and we want to say at the end snapshots, and we can optionally order this with the order by method. We can order by timestamp either in descending order by setting descending to true, or in non-descending order. Create our builder with context and snapshot. If we don't have our data yet, then we'll return our circular progress. But if we do have our data, we want to display it within some widget. So first, as we did with both user and post, we need to deserialize our individual documents from Firestore. We're going to do so with the help of the class underneath called comment. So the fields that we want to have within our app are username, and these are all going to be strings with the exception of timestamp. We want username, user ID, avatar URL, comment, and finally timestamp, which is of type timestamp. And we're going to need to get this type from Cloud Firestore, so we'll need to import that package. We'll pass all these values to our comment constructor. Once again, we'll copy all these values and use our multiple cursor trick to do this very fast. Once again, we'll make our factory from document. We'll have a document snapshot named doc, and we're going to create an instance of comment in this case, where username will be doc username, user ID doc user ID, comment doc comment, timestamp doc timestamp, and finally avatar URL doc avatar URL. So once again, we're going to combine our model with our widget, with our presentational widget, and we're going to return from its build function just a simple column to put each comment in, its data in. It's going to have for its children list a list tile, and then underneath it a divider to divide it from the next comment. So for the list tile, its title is going to be set to a text widget with the text comment. Under that, we'll have a leading value of a circle avatar, where its background image will use our cached network image provider. So we'll import that widget, and its URL is going to come from avatar URL. That'll be set to background image, not color. And then our subtitle will be our timestamp. And we want to format our timestamp. And the way that we're going to do that is with the help of a package called time ago. It's going to be very simple to do this. It's going to give us the timestamp when the comment was created, as we know. And so to use time ago, we just have to import up at the top the time ago package. So package time ago / timeago.dart, and we'll alias it as time, enable us to use the timestamp that we're putting in our documents. To do this, we can say Firestore. We'll need to import Firestore. Firestore.instance.settings, and there's a setting called timestamps in snapshots enabled, which we'll set to the Boolean true. And this is going to return a future, so we'll need to add a then. And we don't need to get anything from the function that we passed to then, so we can just add an underscore, and we can print when this is successful, timestamps enabled in snapshots, and we can add a line break by using a backward slash and then an N. And if there's an error in doing this for whatever reason, we can add an on-error callback where we can repeat this pattern. We don't need the error necessarily, and we can just print on another separate line that there was an error enabling timestamps in snapshots. Okay, so that was a lot of steps, and at this point we can save both of those files, and we'll need to do a hot refresh, a hot restart. And finally, one last thing that we need to do before we test this out is to actually use our comment model / widget. So within build comments, in our builder, when we get our data from snapshot.data, we need to deserialize it, and we're going to put the result of each deserialized document in a list called comments. So we'll have a list of type comment called comments that'll be an empty list. Then we'll take snapshot.data.documents, iterate over it with for each doc. We'll say comments.add, and within our add method, we're going to use comment.from document to, in the same step, deserialize our data, and then we're going to get back our list of comments and immediately put it in a list view where children will be our comments list. So now let's save, and we see, if we navigate to our comments page, that we have our first comment. It wasn't made exactly 14 minutes ago, but the timestamps aren't exactly precise for whatever reason in Firestore. I'm not sure why that's the case, but we have all of our user data, the comment, the timestamp, and if we add another comment, we see it's immediately added just a moment ago. So our stream builder is working, and we're getting our post comments in real time. Let's move on to the next page that we'll have within our app, which will be the activity feed. So what is this activity feed going to consist of? Let's take a look at a final version. So our activity feed is going to have a number of notifications to provide to the current user about when a user interacts either with their account or with one of their posts. So we're going to have three types of notifications in our feed, three different feed item types. A liked post, so when another user likes their post, a comment, so when a user replies to one of their posts, and a follow notification when another user starts following them. So for our like and comment notifications, we're going to include a preview of the post that was interacted with. And for all of our notifications, we're going to include information about the user that performed the interaction. So their image, username, a timestamp for when that interaction took place. Feed. It's going to be very easy to query for all of a user's feed items. They're going to be attached to the user based on their user ID. So let's assume that this ID is a user's Now that we're adding notifications to a post owner's activity feed when a like has been added and removing it when a like has been removed, let's see how to add notifications for when another user adds a comment to a given user's post. So let's head to our comments.dart file, and wherever we're creating a comment, and that's within the add comment function, we're going to add to it above comment-controller.clear are going to have a very similar structure to what we provided when we were adding a notification for a like. So we can basically copy everything from that map and we'll modify it for this one in comments. The type is going to be different. It's going to be of type comment instead of like. Here we want to include the comment data, so we'll have a field for that set to comment controller.text, and it's important that we only clear the comment controller's text with the clear method after we actually set our data on the activity feed ref. Otherwise we won't have our comment put in our document. We'll still have a timestamp. The post ID is also going to come from the post ID variable. Current user will be set to user ID. Current user.id will be set to user ID once again. The same for username, same for profile image, and in this case media URL will be set to post media URL. So once again we'll check out the results when we save and attempt to add a comment to one of our posts. So currently if I look at my Firestore database, I don't have a feed collection. But now let's add a new comment here. We'll just say new comment. We'll post it. So that's added. And for our database, we now have a feed collection linked to a user's ID with a feed items collection. But once again, we want to add a conditional to compare the post owner ID with the current user ID. And we want to make sure they are not equal. So we can put the result of that comparison in a variable is not post owner, and only in that case do we want to actually add a notification if we're not the one making the comment. But for now, let's leave what we have here, this one notification on feed items, so we can make sure that it's possible to actually query for our activity feed as our current user to make sure in the future we can actually display it within the activity feed page. So let's head to the activity feed page right now and we'll build out the basic structure of this page. So it's going to consist of first a function for activity feed state where we'll create our app bar. They'll be set to header, which will import, and for our title text that'll be set to activity feed. And for the body, we'll first have a container widget, whereas its child, in order to fetch our, which we'll call get activity feed, and we'll execute right here. So we're going to resolve the future directly within get activity feed and get our data here, activity feed ref, which will import from home, dot document based on linked on the current user's ID, the collection feed items, and at the end we'll call get documents. Now I'm going to add a couple of additional methods in order to first order the data that we get back, specifically to get our notifications according to the amount of notifications that we get. The last 50 notifications, instead of loading all of them, we could use the limit method and pass in an integer of 50. So let's save to format this a bit so you can see that a bit better. And we're going to put the return value in a snapshot variable of type query snapshot, and we'll make sure to import Firestore value. for our future builder to resolve and actually display what we have in our builder. But here we're going to actually print the snapshot that we get, its documents I should say. So we can take snapshot dot documents, iterate over it with for each, and for each doc we're not going to deserialize it just yet, but we can print activity feed item and then interpolate the data from doc.data to see that map. Then for the builder, we'll get context, return our circular progress, which we'll import. And for now, we're just going to return a simple text widget with the text activity feed. And in the next video, we'll actually build out the appearance that we have here for our notifications. So I'm going to do a hot restart, and based off of what we have for our feed items, we should just have one item with the following data. So if we navigate to our activity feed, we should just see the activity feed text. Then in our debug console, we should have our map of data for the new comment that was just added, and we do. Now let's build out our activity feed so we can see our individual notifications. So first, we're going to work with our activity feed item class that's going to enable us to deserialize our data, something that we're quite familiar with, to deserialize each activity feed item that we're getting from our get activity feed request. So we're going to use the activity feed item class both as a model and a widget. So let's declare all of the values, all the properties that we're going to have for an instance of an activity feed item. If we look at our feed, we see a feed item. We see the fields comment data, media URL, post ID, timestamp, type, user ID, user profile image, and username. So we're going to have all of these variables declared and passed to our constructor. So we'll have, again, the majority of them as strings. So we're first going to have username and user ID. And I'll paste this in 6 more times. After this, we'll have type. So the types that we'll have are like, follow, and comment. Then media URL, post ID, user profile image, comment data, and then a final timestamp value, timestamp. And we'll pass these to the activity feed item constructor by copying all of this and using our activity feed item dot from document. We'll have a document that will turn into an instance of activity feed item, where username will be doc username, user ID doc user ID, type doc type, post ID doc post ID, user profile image doc user profile image, comment data doc comment data, and timestamp doc timestamp. Now the next step, if we look at our final version, we see that for the like and comment notifications, we want to have a preview of the image. So we'll have this media preview on the right hand side. So here we're going to check within a function which we'll call configure media preview. We'll check within this function if the type of our notification is either like or comment, in which case we're going to set a variable called media preview to a widget that will display our preview image. So let's declare this variable above our activity feed item class. So we'll have a media preview that's type widget. So media preview, because we don't have that function, we'll just print showing post. Then for the child, we'll have a container where the height will be 50, width 50, container, where decoration we set to box decoration. This is how we're going to display our image on an image argument set to decoration image, where fit will be box fit.cover, and then image we'll use our cache network image provider set to media URL. And otherwise, if this condition is not met, and assuming we just have a type of follow, we're going to set media preview to a text widget with an empty string. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to have a summary of each notification. So to store that, we'll create another variable above our class that'll be a string called activity item text, and we want to add another conditional to conditionally set this value. So if type is like, and this will be within our configure, is follow, activity item text will be is following you, else if type is comment, then we want to use the comment data. So we'll say replied colon and then interpolate the comment from comment data. Otherwise, if we have a condition that doesn't match for whatever reason, we'll just say activity item text is set to from build a padding widget. We'll set padding on the bottom to separate each notification from one another. We'll set that to 2.0. The child will be a container where its color is going to be colors.white54 to give it a 54% opacity, and the child will be a list tile, the title as a gesture detector, where its on tap is going to be used to show a user's profile, to go to their profile when we click on their name. For its child, we're going to use a special text widget called rich text. And the reason for this is we want to style our text differently within a single text widget, and we can't do that with just a normal text widget. So a rich text widget will take in a text span, a widget known as a text span, which we can use to format our text differently. So you'll see what I mean in just a bit, but if we look at our example, we see that our username is bold, whereas the rest of our text is not. So first of all, we want to set overflow to the style will be set to text style, where the font size will be 14.0, color is colors.black. So this text style is being applied to all of the children of this text span, and for the children, we're going to have first a text span which contains the bold, and then for the next text span we'll provide the text which will include a space, and then we'll interpolate the activity item text. And we're not going to add any other rules or attributes more than the ones that we set up here. So now after our list tile title, we'll add a leading, then we're going to have a subtitle set to a text widget where we're going to include our timestamp. So once again, we'll use the time ago package. So we'll import this from, say, comments, where we aliased it as time ago. We'll head back to activity feed, add that up at the top, and to format it, we'll say time ago.format and pass in timestamp.toDate. And then if this overflows for whatever reason, we can add text overflow dot ellipsis. And finally, for the trailing, we'll have our media preview. And now we can display our activity feed items by heading back up to get activity feed, and instead of printing the result of iterating over snapshot.documents, we're going to create a list of type activity feed item called feed items. It'll be an empty array. We'll still iterate over it, but instead we're going to take each document, deserialize it with activity feed item dot from document, and then pass that result to feed items with feed items dot add, and then instead of returning snapshot.documents, we'll return feed items. And then within our future builder, instead of returning the text widget, we'll return that we're returning here. So now we can save and look at activity feed. It looks like I made an error instance when we deserialize it, so we need to provide that value. So when we do, in our activity feed, we see our first item, a notification for a new comment. We see our preview on the right hand side. We see our user information on the left. And finally, we can improve the appearance of this by heading to our scaffold that we're returning from activity feed state, and we can set the background color to whatever color we like. I'll set mine to colors.orange. So now whenever a user likes, comments, or follows us, we'll get this notification in our activity feed. Now we're going to create a full screen version of our posts. So for example, this is going to be useful for when, say, we get a notification about the fact that a user's replied or liked a given post. We can just tap on the media preview here and be taken to a full screen view of the post that was interacted with. So we're going to we're going to create all of this within a individual page called our post screen. This is going to consist of a header, and then we're just going to put the post widget, what we've created within the post widget, in the body of the scaffold. So we're going to head first to our post screen.dart file and pages. And to fetch an individual post, we're going to need to pass to post screen a couple of pieces of data, the post ID for the post and the user ID. So we're going to create a couple of arguments, a final string variable user ID, final string variable post ID, and we'll pass both of these values to our constructor as named arguments, this.post ID and this.user ID. And we're going to request an individual post data every time we visit a given screen with the help of a future builder. So we're going to return from build future builder, and for our future, to fetch an individual post, we need to grab the posts ref. So we'll import that from home dot, and then we'll select the post linked to a given user by their user ID, then the collection user posts, then the document for the post based on the post ID dot get at Now we're going to move on to the last component of our profile page, which is the ability line page. So that's the last page that we haven't built out yet, but when we follow a user, we're going to grab all of their previous posts, as well as in the future any new posts that they make, and add it to this feed, this long scrolling list of posts, which will include our own. But for right now, we're going to work on the UI for our follow and unfollow buttons, and what's going to take place in our database whenever we follow or unfollow a user. So we're going to cover how to create this feed in the next number of videos. But to give you an idea of what's going to take place when we follow someone, we're going to have a collection called followers. Again, like many of our collections, it's going to be linked to a user's ID. And then this is going to have a sub-collection of user followers. So for example, let's say we want to follow a given user. We tap on their follow button, and on this followers path, we take their ID and add to their user followers collection our own ID. So imagine that this is our own ID. And then we basically do the opposite for following. We have a following collection, and to get our following, we'd need to include our ID. So imagine this is our ID once again. We have a sub-collection of user following, and since we're following this new user, we're going to add their ID to this user following collection. We don't need to add any fields or anything like that. We just need to add a couple more conditions to build profile button. And these conditions are going to be based off of a new piece of state called isFollowing. Then we're going to say else if isFollowing. Are we following the user whose profile we're looking at? If we're already following them, then we want to have the unfollow button to unfollow them. So we're going to return an execution of build button. We're going to build our button where the text is unfollow and the function is handle unfollow user. So let's quickly make that, and for our last condition we'll add else if is not following. So not is following. If we're not following a user, we obviously want the button in their profile to be follow, and the function handle follow user. So we'll go ahead and create that function too. And now to change the appearance of these two buttons, let's head to our build. We'll conditionally set the color here. So if isFollowing is true, we'll set the color to colors.black, otherwise colors.white. Then for the box decoration, for its color, if isFollowing is true, we'll set the background to colors.white, otherwise colors.blue. And then for the border, if isFollowing is true, we'll set it to colors.gray, otherwise colors.blue. So now let's save, and assuming you have another user in your app, we'll navigate to that user. I'll search for them, and we should see the follow button for their profile. So now to actually be able to follow a user, we'll go to handle, follow user. And first of all, we'll begin by setting state, setting is following to true, their followers collection. So we're going to make a ref in home.dart, as we always do. First, for the followers ref, referencing our followers collection, plural, and then a following, and take the other user's document, reference to their ID from widget.profileid.collection user followers, and we're going to add ourselves, the currently authenticated user, as a follower by using document current user ID, and then just calling setData to put an empty map on that document ID. And then the next step, we want to add the other user as part of our following to indicate that we're following them. So put that user on your following collection. Update your following collection, linked to your ID. So that will be following ref.document current user ID Now let's talk about how following and unfollowing different users is going to fit into our app. So when we follow a different user, we want to get all of their users' posts to be displayed on our timeline. We haven't created that just yet, but the final version is going to look something like this. So we're going to have this big scrollable using our new onCreateFollower Firebase function, using the onCreate Firestore cloud trigger, we have the ability to listen for when a new follower is created, when one user follows another. We get all of that followed user's posts and add it to the following user's timeline on this timeline collection. Now let's do the opposite operation. We want to have a Firestore, a Firebase function called onDeleteFollower. So when a user unfollows another user, we want to remove all of that user's posts that were added to their timeline from the timeline. So say our current user unfollows the user Abe, we want to go to the current user's timeline at timeline posts and find every post where the owner ID is equal to the ID of the user that we unfollowed. We're going to be listening on the same collection. The only difference is that we're going to use a different trigger. So again, we'll use functions.firestore, select the document path with the document method, and we can just copy the caller ID values. We can grab those variables from the previous function. And following the steps I just briefly explained, we don't have to do as we did before, which was get all of the user posts of the user that we're following. In the event that we're unfollowing a user, we just need to take the current user's timeline posts ref and find all of the posts for whom the owner ID is equal to the ID of the user that we're unfollowing. So we can copy the timeline posts ref from the previous function, but we want to chain on a where method. We want to find where the owner ID is equal to, and to express this is equal to, we'll use the double equals operator expressed as a string, the user ID that we're getting from context.params. And we simply have to delete those posts. So here we can request those posts by awaiting timeline postRef.get, and we'll put the result in another variable called query snapshot. It's going to give us a list of documents, so we can iterate over query snapshot with for each. For each document, we first need to check to see if the document exists. If doc.exists, then doc.ref, not .reference, .delete, just like this. And that's all we need. So let's save index.js, and after any change that we make to our functions, we'll need to deploy it again. So we're creating a new one here. So we'll run our familiar command, firebase deploy only functions. And when that runs, we'll have created our onDeleteFollower function. We can confirm that in our functions resource. Now let's attempt to unfollow the user that we just followed. And at the moment, if we look at our database, we see for our timeline, we just have one user's timeline, and if we look at timeline posts, we see Abe's one post there. If we unfollow Abe, we see after a split second that post is removed. So our function ran successfully. And we can see more information by going to our onDeleteFollower log. And in the log, we see follower deleted with the ID of the user that we unfollowed. Auth screen. So for build auth screen, we're returning a scaffold, and in that is where, as we know, we're creating all of our navigation, all the different pages in our before we move on to publishing our app, make sure that you remove all of the print lines throughout. So for example, in main, where we're printing these lines about timestamps, we don't need that anymore. We don't want to display that in production, and the same with the lines that we have within home. So if you do a global search for it, it should be pretty evident what needs to be removed. And once all that's done, we'll save, and we're going to begin with deploying our app, publishing our app for Android users on the Google Play Store. I'm going to be using the following guide available at flutter.dev/docs/deployment/Android. When we move on to iOS deployment, you can just change the end of the path to iOS. So